Good morning. It's 9 a.m. on Friday, February 20th. We're back on the record in proceeding number 25A-0354E, Public Service Company of Colorado, citing the Colorado Power Pathway. My understanding is staff has waived the cross of Commissioner Schroeder, but before we get back to Commissioner questioning, any preliminary matters? Mr. Mansholt, Mr. Kaufman?
I have, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kaufman, go right ahead.
Okay. I think you had asked about our reaction to Exhibit 108. Company provided to that. We certainly appreciate that. Look through the document and have no objections to entering it into the record.
Thank you for clarifying that. And 108 is admitted. Mr. Mansholt.
First of all, I appreciate that from the county. And just a question more, because we lost track of it in our own internal notes, is whether or not the commitment exhibit, hearing exhibit 121, was officially entered into the record. I know there was, I think it was, or at least we believe it was, but I just wanted to confirm that's the case.
Ms. Dundas, Ms. Kunkel, do you guys recall?
Chair, we could pull up the transcript from yesterday, but my memory was that you were going to delay that until the county had time to review, and I believe you just got the county's response there, so maybe you just...
No, I think that was on a different exhibit. That was hearing exhibit. That was another document having to do with a core approval. It was a different document.
The document that they just talked about was 108.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
sorry.
Sorry.
Chair.
The 121 documents about the commitments, which the county also wanted some time to fairly review. And I just don't recall if we were pending the entrance of it, pending county's confirmation, or if it was entered into the record.
So my
Of their
my recollection is that we had that discussion. We did not object to the document. We pointed out that we think we appreciate the commitments. It doesn't address fully the concerns, fully or even partially, really, the major concerns that the county has. And I know we had a back and forth, and it wasn't offered for the purposes of this is something that the county could live with. It was just, I think, as you said, Chair Blank, something to put in one place what the county was willing to commit to. And if used for those purposes, we don't have any objection to it.
I now recall the discussion, and I think we did amend it subject to that conversation. So to the extent we didn't, it's now admitted subject to those concerns and for that purpose.
Thank you all. No further preliminaries from the company.
Mr. Kaufman, any other preliminaries?
Not for us, thank you.
With that, Commissioner Plant, questions for the commissioner? And Commissioner, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Schroeder. Good to see you this morning. I just had a real quick question, and you probably heard in my discussion with Ms. Chester yesterday, and then I think it came up again in your discussion with Mr. Mansholt, that many 1041 applications really take a matter of months. I think Ms. Chester indicated that it's generally that way in the other parts of the power pathway, the county interactions that they've had. And it seems like this process really took an extraordinarily long time with the initial notification, I think in 21, and the final rejection of the application not until 2025. I think they had their preferred route in 2022. I'm just wondering, can you give any insight, at least from the county's perspective, on why that process took so long?
No, probably a better question for the company. We were puzzled ourselves as to why it took so long for them to submit a formal application. We kept waiting and waiting. for it, and it never came through until November 24. And once we had that formal application, it went through our normal processes, and we were able to have the hearing by June of 25. And so, as far as what we were concerned with the county, we just needed to have that formal application in hand to move forward with the rest of the procedures.
So in your view, it was really the company, you guys were expecting the application, and the application didn't come until November. I think there was, in 2023, there was a pre-application filing or something, and it was still more than a year after that.
That's correct. And so usually after a pre-application filing, that's when they get some feedback from staff as to the different things that need to be included in their application. And at that point, it really becomes up to the applicant and whatever land use hearing that we're looking at to fulfill those obligations and then come back with a completed application. And so that, the county's limited at what we can expedite based on what we receive from the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was just wondering if the county had any insight into that time frame. That's all the questions I had, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Commissioner Schroeder.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions for you. I wanted to follow up on some of the construction fee. That's what it's called, right? Construction fee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Discussions from yesterday. And were you listening to some of those discussions?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So I just wanted to understand, as I understand, you've been on the Board of County Commissioners for several years now. So curious in your understanding, what is kind of the purpose of that construction fee? What is that intended to cover?
Well, it takes care of all the unexpected expenses that the county may incur due to the applicant's activities, and so to try to offset those. Part of when the fee was first implemented, I was not on the commission at that time, but I was on as the clerk and recorder, and was sitting in some of those meetings and have limited remembrances of those particular meetings. But it was to help offset those ongoing costs that are concerned. Now, in a major application like this, we'll have ongoing costs for years to come, as it, maybe in perpetuity. When are you going to stop using a major power line? I don't know. So to try and anticipate where those costs will be. I know that the commissioners at the time, when they instituted that fee, looked at our surrounding counties, did some evaluations to see where we were in line with that, and did those assessments, and that was the number that they came up with. And I'll also say we have had a major 1041 come through last summer, a large solar farm north of Kiowa that had no issue with the fee, fully intended and planned for paying for that fee. And they also did a lot of more extra community outreach above and beyond that 2%, to where they're doing scholarships for Kiowa High School, and they're helping out with uniforms, and they're helping out with local food banks, and they're really doing their part to be a community partner above and beyond what the fee is. And so for them, it was not an issue, not a question at all. They understood that it was part of what the impact and the future issues that they may bring forth for the county.
Okay. Thanks for that. And then it sounded from your description, and I understand you weren't on the board at the time, so if you don't know, you don't know, and that's okay. But kind of upon what analytically is that 2%, I think it's 2%, right? 2% of the total construction cost base, like, is that a general proxy for some of those impacts, or how do you understand in different types of infrastructure?
Yeah, I'm not sure what their reasoning was on that, how they came up with that, what they expected all that to cover. In our chart that was brought forth yesterday, it just is as a fee. So that's partly where we're as boards change, lose some of that historical knowledge.
Understood. Yeah. And in general, does the board generally approve that fee amount as part of approving the permit for other projects? Is that a follow-on process? Kind of at what point in that chronology does the fee come in?
Yeah, it's usually upon approval that the fee is due in a certain period of time, a relatively short period of time when the application has been approved.
Okay, so it's due upon approval, but it's probably identified very early in the process in terms of quantifying
and would be at a condition of the approval that the fee is paid within 30 days or whatever the case may be. I think that might have been what we did with the solar farm.
Okay, got it. And that those funds go directly to the county?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware, does all of that, it sounds like you did one recently, does all of that funding typically stay at the county level, or does it go to specific departments in the county or other special districts? Like, how does that get distributed once it's in, or does
it would stay within the county, but it would be used in the different departments depending on what department was being affected, and it'd be part of their budget and expenses that we could allocate that to. So obviously, whether it would be through our public works facility where they're taking care of the roads, they're doing a fire, if there's a fire mitigation that needs to be taking place, our office of emergency management, obviously our sheriff's office could be involved. All those have different departments within the county that could be affected, and so it's still accounted for by the county but allocated to those different departments' budgets.
Okay, understood. And then with the other major permit you had said was approved, it sounded like it was a solar farm recently, and you had said they paid the construction fee and the amount listed on that schedule. Did they have other impact fees through other districts or departments that they also had to pay as part of that?
No, I'm not directly knowledgeable of what they did with other districts, but I know that they did have meetings with the school district. The fire district would have its own impact fees. So that all the different special districts that they would interact with that specific location would be affected and have their own fee structure.
Okay, got it. And it seems like I know a lot of your concerns are with the routes, not specifically the fee itself. It sounds like to me from your testimony. Is that a fair characterization?
That's correct. And you know, the fee conversation is interesting to me because the company never raised a concern with the fee during our hearing. It's only after a denial that now suddenly they are concerned about the fee, and so it's a little confusing to me why suddenly now it's a problem when it wouldn't have been if it would have been approval and just stamped what they wanted done.
Okay. And then I know in your answer testimony, you also identified a major concern for you was that the company had failed to obtain signed fire prevention and safety agreement forms from Kiowa and Big Sandy fire protection districts.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had also indicated in your answer testimony, as you described it, even more troubling, the company had failed to sign Big Sandy's agreement, their impact fee agreement. Does that sound right?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay.
Been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, I just read it sometime this morning. Are you aware or have you seen the impact fee agreement that Big Sandy provided to Public Service Company? I'm honestly not certain if we have it in this record.
Yeah, I have not seen it. And so the concern, see, why we have these different referral agencies, such as the fire districts, and we have an application, it just lets us know that the communication is taking place, that the right boxes are being checked, things are being done, things are being taken care of. We're not experts in all fields, but we need to make sure that the people who are experts are taking a look at these different applications. And so that's the importance of that signed agreement, is that we know that there's been communication between the applicant and the fire district. The fire district is feeling good about the process and about the project, and feel free that we can move forward at that point.
Okay, I appreciate it. Really just one other question for me with regard to land control and condemnation proceedings for the individual parcels, or some of the individual parcels. So this was a major topic of conversation at the public comment hearing that we held in Elbert County about 2 months ago. And I just wanted to kind of understand your perspective on that. My understanding from the testimony is that the company was under the impression they needed to exhibit land control, especially of the specific route that would be applied in the permit. And so they saw that as part of the process. Clearly it has struck a nerve, especially being that the permit has not been approved to proceed with those processes. So I don't know if you have any insights to help me understand, but that's kind of what I've heard and understand of the issue thus far.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary. We've heard from multiple people at our public meetings the concern of eminent domain proceedings taking place without an application approval in process or in hand. And I understand the concern for our citizens, for the private property rights that they may feel like they're getting infringed upon. And certainly understand that position of it. I do think that it put our citizens in a disadvantage as far as negotiation, the price for those easements, by having the eminent domain take place prior to applicant having a approval in hand. And it really it was detrimental to the citizens, and for them to from what we've been told and relayed in many different BOCC meetings during our public hearing time, either from the applicant or the applicant's contractors, telling our citizens that this is already a done deal. It's not going to change. You might as well sign this and be done with it. And it really rubbed our citizens the wrong way.
Understood. Just one follow-up to your understanding from the county perspective, is it the county's expectation that an applicant exhibit land control as part of their application?
I don't know that that's specifically in the regulations for them to have total land control prior to an application. And I don't think even the company at the time would have thought that because they didn't have it when they brought forth the application. It was even in the middle of the application, going before both the Planning Commission and before the Board of County Commissioners when eminent domain proceedings started. And so I don't think they interpreted it that way as well.
Okay. And just curious, in your position on the county commission, would you be concerned about a major permit where the applicant did not have land control, kind of in the contrary, in terms of where does that put you in your approval as the commission?
I don't know that it would affect the decision one way or the other, because we do know that there are options if they're not able to come to an agreement with the landowner once there's been approval. It's a hard rope to walk, line to walk sometimes, but I don't know that it would make a difference as far as a denial or an approval.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Just really one question. You mentioned the solar facility that was before you in the last year or so, and they came in with a bunch of, it sounds like, creative ideas, scholarship, community support, and just wondering, having spent an evening in Kiowa listening to the community, I just say deeply empathetic to the concerns and challenges that we heard and we are hearing in your testimony and in the course of this hearing, and just wondering if there's anything like that we can add to flesh out this record to address those concerns and challenges that we heard. And I understand it may not be enough to change where you want to go or why you want to go there, but I think it would be a better record and help us as we struggle, with what to do here. So I'm going to keep asking. You may not be able to answer, and
Yeah, I don't know
I'll be
exactly
curious
how
to
that
hear
would look. Just from the experience of working with the solar company, we had some local people in the local area there that were opposed to that project as well. But it wasn't as broad as a disagreement county-wide as it was with the Power Pathway project. And one of the ways that the solar company really worked hard with that is that particularly in the Cuyahoga community, the places that are going to be more directly affected by that, that's where they really focused their outreach on to the community, become a good community partner, and really wanted to be part of what was going on in the community. And I think the citizens probably don't have that same feel as they do with the public service companies. But what does that look like? I don't know.
Well, if you have any advice as lawyers prepare their statement of position, I just invite you to share it. I think it would help make for a better record. And, it's just as we heard from the homeowners, the ranchers, the first responders, and the volunteer firemen, as we go through the record and the testimony and hear for you, we're really looking for a complete record and to help address the concerns and challenges as best we can. So thank you for your time,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kaufman. Redirect.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Schroeder. Commissioners' questions address some of these points, but just to maybe put a little bit finer point on a couple of the things. Regarding the fire protection forms, was your concern so much with the content of the form or really what the form represented?
Yeah, it has to do with what the form represented, and what it represents is that there's been communication and dialogue taking place between the applicant and the fire district to make sure that the fire district is up to speed with the applicant and being able to take care of their business in the event of an issue with that applicant's.
Okay. And then regarding sort of the timing of the process, I think you indicated in your response to Commissioner Plant that really the application process itself was more of a 8 months process, not the 4 years that Companies Council suggested. Is that right? Yeah.
So the formal application was submitted in November of 24. We had our official Board of County Commissioner hearing at the end of June of 25.
And do you recall when the pre-application meeting occurred?
Not off the top of my head. It sounds like we just talked about it, but I don't remember.
Could we pull up Exhibit 206, Attachment CP1, in an attempt to refresh Commissioner Schroeder's recollection?
Sorry, it's just taking a second to load that.
That's okay. Your computer's faster than mine. And if you could go to page 37. Does this refresh your recollection of when the pre-application meeting occurred?
Yes, pre-application meeting, July 25, 2023.
And then, so from that to the time the board issued its resolution, that was more like a 12 or 13-month process. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And is it fair to say that, at least 15 months or a year and 3 months of that process was waiting for Excel to submit their application?
For them to, yes, to get all their documents in order to submit an application, complete application, which we had an issue with it being its completeness.
Even though they indicated here that they were going to be submitting it the fourth quarter of 2023.
That's correct.
I'm good with this exhibit. Thank you. Can you bring up exhibit 108? Do you recognize this document, Commissioner Schroeder?
Yes, I do.
And it's the core application that you testified about yesterday with the company's counsel.
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that this was a 1041 minor source permit application?
Yes, that's what it was, a minor.
And was the permit that the company is seeking in this case a minor 1041 permit?
No, the company is seeking a major.
Is there a difference from a permitting perspective between a minor 1041 and a major 1041?
Yeah, that's why we have the different classifications for between a major and a minor. The major differences here are the length of the line, the mounted capacity of the line, the height of the poles. So it's a way different application for a minor versus a major.
Okay, thank you. Could we go to page 10? So I'm showing you the detail here of where the route for this particular project, the core project, runs. Are you familiar with this area?
I am, yes.
Okay. Does this project run for through the economic development zone?
It does not. It is to the west of the Kiowa Bennett Road.
So unlike the permit in this place, it doesn't run for miles and miles through Elbert County's economic development zone. Is that right?
It does not.
Does it run for over 13 miles along the beautiful scenic route of State Highway 86?
It does not.
Okay, could we please go to page 13? Okay, now looking at the section 1.2.2, the last sentence, when the Outback Station is energized, it will provide electricity through the distribution feeders, primarily to areas east and north of the substation, including the proposed EC East development. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And if we could scroll down a little on this page. Okay, great. And in 1.2.3, talking about the Spring Valley substation, it says, the Spring Valley substation will provide electricity through the distribution feeders to existing developments, including Elkhorn Ranch, Sun Country Meadows, Spring Valley, and Miller Ranch, as well as the proposed Morstead and EC West developments. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So is it fair to say that because the project would provide electricity to nearby communities, it was needed to be located somewhere in the local vicinity?
Yeah, that is very accurate to say.
In contrast, did Public Service Company ever indicate that the proposed transmission lines through Elbert County needed to be along the preferred path in order to meet the objectives of the Power Pathway project?
No, we never had any indication that that was the only way that this project could be completed.
Okay, and putting aside the claims, their claims about the challenges finding a proposed route through the eastern part of the county, did the company ever indicate that a route through the eastern part of the county couldn't meet the objectives of the Power Pathways project?
No, we never did hear that.
Okay, oh, sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's okay. We have the different siting. We heard different reasons that they had done studies that the eastern side would be able to work for them. We never saw much documentation on that as far as going through any of the easements, conservation easements through the state wildlife area. I don't know if they did any investigation to see if there was a possibility to go through there or not. We had no documentation on that. We were just delivered with one option that they really haven't changed since 2022.
Okay. If we could go to page 132. And scroll down a little to section 5.2. Commissioner Schroeder, this is the part of the application where they talk about route alternative scoring methodology. If we could just kind of scroll slowly through this for the next couple of pages so the commissioner could kind of take a look at what's in this section? Maybe a little more. Okay, great. Yeah, and then back to the top of 5.2. I just wanted him to take a look at it. So this section 5.2 shows the applicant used a detailed and transparent scoring methodology to assess each of the routes and present it to the board. Did Public Service Company provide such a detailed and transparent scoring methodology in this case?
No, I saw nothing like this.
Did they provide any scoring criteria?
No, there was no scoring criteria. All we had were the various maps, and then pointing out that these areas, when it worked for them, that they went back to the preferred route over and over again with no details like this. Report shows that CORE did for us to evaluate and have good sound basis as to why the various eastern routes would not work.
Okay, great. Could we go to page 124? Maybe scroll down a little bit. So section 4.2 of this document shows environmental criteria. And it talks about some of the issues with different types of land. So on this first page, it talks about state land. And if we could scroll down just a little more to page, a little bit more. Okay, that's great. And this talks about national, state, and forest lands, and state and national parks, national wildlife areas. And in each of these cases, it discusses that transmission lines may be considered on a case-by-case basis by the agency, and additional permitting may be required. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Did the company in this case ever indicate to the county that it might be feasible to similarly address the concerns with running transmission lines through limited areas of state land, the Jumping Cow State Wildlife Area, and areas of existing conservation easements in eastern Elbert County?
No, what we continually heard was because of these various agent or different places existed, whether it's the state wildlife area or the conservation easement, state lands, that they just were automatically off the option list without investigating if that could have been utilized. And there was no detail like this saying that there might be options to utilize the land in those areas.
Okay, great. Thank you. Could we go to, and I'm just about done, page 132? Okay, and this is the section 5.0 is a site and route analysis, and then specifically 5.1 is the substation site alternative analysis. And if you look down the second sentence in the second paragraph of 5.1, it says initially the substation boundary for the selected site was approximately 150 feet north of the Morstead parcel boundary on the western side of the study area. Upon discussion with Elbert County about potential future commercial development in this location, CORE agreed to move the substation further north on the same parcel to accommodate future development. In this case, was the company willing to discuss moving the site of the facility to accommodate future development?
No, it has been a take it or leave it line, their preferred line, and there were no discussions, no collaboration such as this is what took place with CORE.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the company in this case came to the county with a single routing option and gave it a take it or leave it choice?
That is definitely what happened.
Okay, one last question. Do you recall the conversation with the company's counsel about the timing of potential future permitting of an alternative route?
I do.
And you indicated that you couldn't guarantee any particular timing. You had to follow the county code.
That's correct.
So if the company were willing to move the route further east to a mutually agreeable location, would you be willing to do everything in your power to expedite permitting of that route?
Sure. we would still need to follow our code and make sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. But yes, that would be advantageous to both, I think, the company and to the county. And to be able to work through those issues would be something I would look forward to.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you.
The next witness is Commissioner McDaniel. Do you need a few minutes?
Mr. Bell will be doing the direct and I'll work on the technical aspects, but hopefully we're quicker now.
Let's take a break till 9:40. 9:40.
Sorry about that. Just I gotta log you out.
Commissioner McDaniel, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
you can put your hand down.
Right.
Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioner McDaniel. Could you say and spell your name for the record, please?
It's Byron McDaniel, BYRON McDaniel.
Where are you currently employed and in what capacity?
Elbert County and Commissioner for District 3.
Did you file answer testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 203, please? Commissioner McDaniel, is hearing exhibit 203 the answer testimony that you submitted in this matter?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McDaniel is now available for cross-examination.
Ms. Shields, it's a little after 9:40, and I have 45 minutes across. You're up, Ms. Shields.
Good morning. And can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. All right. Good morning, Commissioner McDaniel. Thank you very much for being here today. My name is Caitlin Shields. I am counsel for Public Service Company of Colorado. Now you currently serve on the Board of County Commissioners for Elbert County, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you were sworn in January of 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is this your first term as a commissioner for Elbert County?
Yes.
Okay. Now you're aware that prior to taking office, Public Service engaged in several years of siting and land use analysis with respect to segment 5, including through Elbert County, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I actually might back up just a little bit to make sure that we're all on the same page. Have you been actively listening to this hearing between yesterday as well as this morning?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And so you've generally heard some of the dialogue and some of the key topics that we've all been discussing.
Yes.
Great. And thank you for your time. I know you're very busy, I'm sure. So returning now, you took office in January 2025, and you're aware that the company first began evaluating routes for the Pathway Project through Elbert County, and for the entirety of the Pathway Project beginning in 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So am I correct? You were not sitting as a county commissioner during the entire time that Public Service engaged in its initial routing study?
That's correct.
Okay, nor were you sitting as a commissioner during the time that the company evaluated alternative, including the Eastern Elbert County area.
That is correct.
Okay, nor were you sitting as a commissioner during the 4 years of open houses and public engagement and commission engagement, county engagement that the company engaged in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you voted to deny Public Services permit application on June 20, I believe it was June 25th, 2025, you did so based on a routing analysis that fully occurred prior to you taking office.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you just listening in on the previous, there was, during the redirect, there were a number of questions and some discussion that occurred with respect to some of the details of the siting analysis that Public Service Company conducted with respect to Elbert County in segment 5. Do you recall that dialogue?
Some of that, yes.
Okay. In particular, one of the areas that was raised were some of the concerns with the level of detail in evaluating alternatives, scoring criteria, and data with respect to particular areas within Elbert County. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 102, attachment JLC1. And while we are pulling this up, I will represent to you that this is the company's the siting study that Public Service conducted for segment 5. And while we pull that up on the screen, my next question is going to be if you are familiar with this document and if you have reviewed it.
Okay.
Sorry, my computer's really slow to load these things today. Give me just a second. Sorry, I'm going to have to close the spreadsheet and just open it. It'll just take another second.
Sure.
What was the exhibit number again, Ms. Shields? See if I can pull it up.
Yes, hearing exhibit 102, attachment JLC1.
Sorry, now that I closed the windows because things were taking too long, it's taking a very long time to open back up. I'm trying.
Hold on. Let me see if I can help you. Can you, is that the document? Is that the document?
Oh, yes. Sorry, you were asking me.
Yeah. Let's see if I can steer while Ms. Kunkel figures out her problems. Where would you like to go?
Thank you. So, Commissioner McDaniel, first, this is a copy of the company's routing and siting study conducted for segment 5. Does this document look familiar to you?
Yeah, I've seen it in the past, yes.
Okay, and so you're aware that the company submitted this document as part of its permit applications to the county, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so if you look up at the top, you'll recognize this is 131 pages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could scroll down, let's see, first, Chair Blank, if we could perhaps go to beginning at page 96. Thank you so much. And Commissioner McDaniel, do you see that beginning at page 96, this is a table of transmission line routing criteria that the company considered?
Yes.
Okay. And so Chair Blank, if we could perhaps slowly scroll through this between pages 96 to 99. Commissioner McDaniel, do you have, based on this information, would it appear to you that it is accurate that yes, Public Service did submit information with respect to transmission routing criteria that were considered as part of its segment 5 study analysis?
As I've stated earlier, I've seen this before, but this would have been submitted prior to me taking office.
Okay. However, this was submitted along with the 1041 permit applications that you deliberated on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could scroll down to page 108. And if you'll see at the top, this is called the link modification tracker. And if we could scroll from pages let's see, scroll down a little bit, Chair Blank, yep. Thank you. And Commissioner, do you see that is part of, and I believe that this runs up through page 117. Do you have any reason to dispute that the company, in fact, presented information about chair, of the various links?
Chair, I'm sorry, your screen share just changed.
Oh, yikes. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, it's probably the best.
All right, yeah, can you take over, Ms. Kunkel?
Sorry, I keep getting error messages. I'm just trying to pull up the actual document instead of the spreadsheet. Just give me a second.
Keep going.
Okay.
Is that back, or should you take over?
Your
I see it
your
up on the screen.
document's back now. Yeah, I'll let you know. It's almost.
All right, I'll keep trying. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to move relatively quickly through this. In Commissioner, do you see, for instance, link 502 is identified as an alternative link?
I see that, yes.
Okay. Do you see link 510 is presented as an alternative link?
Yes.
Okay. So based on this, is it fair to conclude that public service, as part of its analysis, did in fact present an analysis of potential alternative links?
I am not sure that I saw this at that time.
Okay. And if we could, Chair Blank, slowly scroll down through, I believe, page 117. And so just to clarify, none of these links or this analysis looks familiar to you or appears to be alternative analysis that you reviewed or relied on in making your decision.
No, it does not.
Okay. And then hopefully this is last. If we could scroll down to page 118.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And if you see here, Commissioner McDaniel, this is a comparative matrix that the company conducted. And if we could scroll down, I think we might have perhaps 2 of these blank pages. Yep. All right. And perhaps we could just zoom in a little bit, kind of as for illustrative purposes on some of the top columns. And while we were testing Chair Blank's driving skills, does this look familiar to you?
No, it does not.
Okay. And so if you scroll through, do you see here that this particular document up at the top presents all of the various links that public service evaluated, along with various rating or scoring criteria for each of the various factors that were considered?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. So for instance, we have number of road crossings, adjacency to highways, railroad crossings. And Chair Blank, if we could scroll down, I believe that this is approximately 13 pages of various factors, all of which were weighted for each link. And so again, and I think that this goes all the way perhaps through the end. And so again, Commissioner, none of this analysis looks familiar to you in terms of information that you reviewed is part of your decision to deny the company's permits. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. And yep, it keeps going. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we can probably pull this down.
Thank you so much, Chair, for doing that. I have the document open now.
Thank you. This is not my strength.
Sorry about that.
All right. So just a couple more questions in. Now, in rendering your decision to deny the permits, did you ever consider the broader benefits of the project to Colorado public health, and electric reliability?
Yes, I did.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
Would you say that those considerations were subservient or less important to you than your local routing concerns?
My local routing concerns were the priority for me. I have an extensive background in public safety, firefighting, as well as law enforcement, former director of public safety. And the route that was posed, I was going through an area where we have future plans for 4,000 homes, as well as it's close to an historic town of Kiowa. And that was my concern about that.
Okay. And I'm not sure that you heard yesterday, but am I correct that the developer of that particular site did not participate or submit comment during the June 24th through 25th public hearing?
I heard that yesterday, yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Now, are you aware that this commission issued a certificate of public convenience and necessity for the Pathway project in 2021?
I was not.
Okay, so you did not review that particular decision. I believe it was proceeding 21A-0019E. 0096, 0096E.
Sorry. I don't believe that I did, but there's been a lot of paperwork with this particular case. So I would need to see that in order to tell you if it looks familiar or not. But
there has been a lot of paperwork. And so to clarify, it sounds as though you were not familiar with every piece of paper that was filed in support of the company's various applications.
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. Now, in particularly, throughout your testimony, you consistently reference concerns with the route, and it sounds like your predominant concern with the proposed applications is very much the route that has been selected. Would you agree that's accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so I know you've also mentioned some concerns with fire protection, emergency response. There has been a lot of discussion here around potential fees and whether or not there are fees or additional conditions or requirements that this commission could impose that perhaps would satisfy the county. Have you heard some of that dialogue?
I have.
Okay. And so I believe that yesterday, one of the things that we heard from Commissioner Buck was essentially, there is no amount of money or fee that would satisfy me with this route. Would you agree that you share that sentiment?
I'm going to object to the extent that it misstates prior testimony.
Oh, if you could rephrase your question, Ms. Shields.
Sure. Commissioner McDaniel, is there any amount of money or fee that would alleviate your concerns with the particular route that the company is selecting to move forward with?
To answer your question, I don't think so. It's more than money. It has to do with the volunteers and the available. That's rural America and very rural county, and having volunteers there to be able to respond to fires, takes time because they work other jobs. Mm-hmm. So you can have all the equipment in the world, but if you've got nobody trained or be able to operate it, it's not going to do you any good.
Okay, so there is no financial contribution. Financial contribution that would support a fire truck that would satisfy you in this situation.
It would take more than a fire truck.
Okay.
When you say fire truck, there are many variations of that. So.
Understood. And I know we've heard some numbers. I'm not trying to question how much a fire truck would cost necessarily.
Understood.
There's no amount of training necessarily or resources that in your view would satisfy or alleviate your concerns. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, if there were paid departments within a certain radius of the towns or the structures, then that might be different, but it's volunteer.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, I see you have 25 minutes reserved.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It shouldn't take 25 minutes. I just have a few more questions that weren't covered for you, Mr. McDaniel. This is just going to be about more general about your role on the Board of County Commissioners. We'll call that the BOCC, and participation in the decisions in this case. So just with some really basic ones. You took office as one of the 3 BOCC members in January 2025, right?
Yes.
And you've been the chairman of the BOCC since you took office?
No, it recently changed. So we rotate chair out every year, every 12 months.
Were you the chairman who presided over the proceedings that resulted in the county's denial of the 2 permits today?
Yes.
And as your colleague Commissioner Schroeder stated in his testimony yesterday afternoon, you serve in a quasi-judicial role when you preside over cases like these permitting decisions. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And wouldn't you agree that someone serving in a quasi-judicial role should try to approach cases with an open mind?
Yes.
So in other words, you shouldn't make your mind up before you've seen all the evidence. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, isn't it true that you were actually somewhat familiar with the company's proposed route for the Pathway project before you assumed office, or before you were elected to office on the commission?
Somewhat, yes.
In fact, it was part of your campaign platform. Isn't that right?
No, I don't recall that. No.
Well, like many political campaigns, before you took office, you had a campaign website, correct?
That's correct.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as in staff's box as hearing exhibit 402? And if you wouldn't mind scrolling through that just really quickly. So this is a snapshot of the platform portion of your campaign website as it showed when it was archived in December 2024. I'm assuming you recognize this as your campaign website?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention towards, let's start at the bottom of the first page here. So you see where it starts with the managing growth section there as one of your platform items.
That's correct.
And then if we can scroll down to the next page, the second one is improving public safety, right?
Yes.
And the third one is standing firm to Xcel Energy. Is that, you see me?
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind just reading along with me as I read aloud, that states, I have attended meetings by Xcel Energy about its proposed high voltage transmission line. I have not found any Xcel project benefit to Elbert County citizens. 130-foot towers with high voltage electric lines will reduce property values. There are better route options that Xcel must seriously consider. If elected commissioner, I will oppose Xcel on the current proposed route and do my very best to prevent this project from destroying our property values, end quote. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, you made this commitment to oppose Xcel on the current proposed route before you were on the commission. Isn't that right?
With the present route that they proposed, yes. Because if you look above that, it's about improving public safety and knowing where the 4,000 homes are going to be in new subdivisions. That was not improving public safety.
Well, that line that I just read out loud, within the standing firm to Xcel Energy, that actually doesn't say anything about public safety, does it?
Well, not that line you read, no.
It only talks about property values.
That's correct.
But it's fair to say, Mr. McDaniel, that you made these statements before you saw the company's permit applications, right? Because you weren't on the commission.
I was not on the commission, but I was involved, or I had attended meetings from XL Energy, trying to educate myself on what the proposed lines and directions were going to be. And as
Right,
far
but
as
you didn't review the hundreds of pages of permit application materials that the company submitted before you made those statements, did you?
no, but I did see the maps that XL Energy had put up on the boards in the public meetings.
Well, in fact, you just testified during the company's questioning a little bit ago that you weren't even sure whether you saw the company's routing study or portions of the company's routing study when you were on the commission. Isn't that right?
Well, on the commission, yes.
So with all that, I mean, if let's say hypothetically you had reviewed all of this material and come to the conclusion that the company's proposed route actually was the best available option, wouldn't you then be walking back on a campaign promise?
I think that with proper explanations and understanding it better, then no, I don't think so.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Mr. Chair, I would move this document into evidence as well.
Any objections? Mr.
Yeah,
Bell?
I'm going to object. This is not relevant. This was his platform before he took office. At the very beginning of the testimony with Mr. Larson, Mr. McDaniel explained that he approaches everything with an open mind, especially when he assumed his role as a county commissioner. I think this is clearly irrelevant to ultimately how he acted on the board as a commissioner. And even if found relevant, this is just the probative value of this document is just clearly outweighed by confusing the issues, kind of misleading you, commissioner, as the fact finder. I really think that the sideshow is kind of overtaking the circus at this point. So we would oppose this exhibit.
May I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please.
Well, this goes directly to credibility, and credibility is always relevant, Mr. Chair. It goes to this witness's credibility as a testifying witness in this case. In fact, it goes to contradict the exact statement that Mr. Bell just mentioned that he said earlier in his testimony. It also goes to his credibility as a neutral decision maker who presided over the very case that we are reviewing today, and which the commission is tasked with assessing the basis of. So I see it's highly probative and highly relevant to the issues in this case.
Can you take the exhibit down for a second? Ms. Dundas, are you out there? Do you have any advice?
Thanks, Chair. I mean, you've just heard arguments from both sides about whether this document's relevant or not. I could offer you my opinion on that, but it's ultimately a judgment call as to whether you find this relevant.
I'd welcome your opinion.
Thanks, Chair. I tend to agree with Mr. Larson and staff that documents that go to the credibility of the witness provide some insight into the witness's testimony that has value for the commission.
Geez, do you have a view, Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant? I guess it seems like it has some relevance, and we can give it the weight it deserves. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts?
I agree. I'm fine agreeing with Ms. Dundas's recommendation.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I agree as well.
All right. The objection's overruled. We're gonna admit this into evidence. Mr. Bell's Comments are noted, and we'll attach the weight the evidence deserves. Mr. Larson, anything else?
Nothing further from staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Plant, questions?
I have no questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gilman?
Hey, good morning, Commissioner McDaniel.
Morning.
I just have a couple of questions for you. In your answer testimony that you had filed, I just wanted to ask you about some of your comments there. So I understand, and you've already discussed there's significant concerns over the route there. And in your answer testimony on page 10, you discuss questioning the county regarding their application. And you stated, I indicated that the route itself was problematic and that there were opportunities for other routes farther east that the company could have selected, and indicated the company should reconsider the power line path. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, because we can pull it up if you want, but it's just
No, it's no. I
okay.
remember that. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. So we've heard from the company in their testimony that they could not have selected a route further east based on their siting analysis of the areas further east in the county, based on a number of factors that I think they maybe even showed on the screen during their cross with you. So I'm curious, do you have other information or a specific route in mind when you indicated in your testimony that the company could have selected a different route?
Well, there's two things there. When they come up to 86 from the south, and then they run parallel with 86, they could have crossed 86 and continued north, in just my opinion, and then therefore would have bypassed that route that we're trying to get designated by the state as a scenic route. That's number one, because the town of Kiowa really needs to be able to update the town, if you will, and by being a scenic route, they'll be able to get grants and so forth. So that's one thing. Number two, if they'd have went a little further north, then they would have bypassed what's called EC East or EC West, which is the subdivision where they're looking at about 4,000 homes in that general area right there, which is a public safety concern. I just don't think enough, my personal opinion, I don't think there's been enough discussion about the public safety aspect of that in light of fires, things of that nature in that area. Again, there's volunteer fire departments up in that area. They are strapped for manpower, and to have that power line going right by those subdivisions, in my opinion, is critical. The other thing that I had mentioned was the depreciation of property values. So where these new subdivisions are going to be placed, you look to the west, you see the beautiful Front Range, Pikes Peak, so forth. You put these power lines in, nobody's going to buy a home and look out to the west of the mountains and see these huge power lines and these big towers standing in front of it. So that's where my comments about depreciation of property values came in. So again, just to sort of rehash, a little further north, we would have bypassed a lot of this stuff, and we probably wouldn't even be here today.
Okay. And did the company, or sorry, they both start with a C. Did the county bring any specific routing recommendations to the company that they saw as more preferable through these areas to be specifically studied?
There was only one meeting, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the date, after I took office, where there was a quick meeting. And in fact, I explained, this is what we're looking for. We understand that this power line, this transmission line, is going to have to come through the county. We're not happy about it, but we also understand the benefits of it. It comes down, in my mind, to a point of public safety and a point of depreciation of properties.
Okay. And you, I want to make sure I have my chronology right. Sorry.
Sure.
You were elected in November 2024, which is right around when the application came in. So you took office after the application, the full application was.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Mr. Bell, redirect.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Well, I first want to start off of where PUC staff left off, Commissioner. He brought up, and I forgot to write it down, but do we recall what the exhibit was that was recently admitted? What the number was?
Is that 402?
402. Thank you so much. Do you remember that line of questioning, Commissioner, regarding your website or your campaign website?
Yes.
And we took a look at a select portion, a very myopic focus of your campaign platform, but specifically in regards to addressing Excel. You indicated in that section that there are other route options. Is that right?
Yes.
So your concern was with the route primarily.
Yes.
And in addition to the landowner, or excuse me, the costs or the effect that it would have on the value of property, were there other concerns about the route that you had at that time?
Yeah, it was, as I said earlier, it was about public safety.
And so in your campaign materials, you're referring to the same route that is currently at issue in these proceedings. Is that right?
Yes.
And PUC staff, not Excel, mind you, is taking the stance that your credibility is in question because of your campaign platform. But you testified that you keep an open mind, especially as your role as a commissioner. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you took office as commissioner, did you approach Excel's applications with that open mind?
Yes. I mean, there's information that you receive when you're on the campaign trail versus the ability to get the totality, all of the information once you become a commissioner.
Yeah, particularly when you became a commissioner, you then had access to more information and more documents, right?
That's correct.
And once you reviewed those materials, did your prior concerns about the route selection change?
No.
You were also asked a lot of questions about your recent swearing in as a commissioner. I believe it was January of 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you swear in as a commissioner, do you undertake efforts to become familiar or otherwise educate yourself on pending applications?
Yes.
Okay. So in your mind, was the fact that you were sworn in as a commissioner in January 2025, did that overall affect your understanding of the issues and facts inherent in Excel's applications?
Well, there were a lot of applications, not only Excel Energy. So there was, and as I said, there was quite a bit of information that we were trying to look at.
Sure, but you took the time to review the materials that
Yes.
Excel had. Yeah. Okay. And just lastly, is it rare for a commissioner to swear in when there are pending applications?
I don't think that's uncommon. No.
And then moving towards my colleague, Ms. Shields, on behalf of the company, she was asking you a lot of questions about the siting and routing study, specifically appendixes D and E. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 102 attachment JLC?
That's JLC 1, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not finish my, I did not finish that. Yes, thank you. Great. So this was the siting and routing study that Ms. Shields went over with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there were several maps contained within this packet. Is that right? Or is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm just going to pick out a particular link. Can we go to page 55, please? Oh, it's loading. Okay. Thank you so much. Can we scroll to the bottom just so the legend is viewable?
Sorry, this document, my computer
know-
does not like this document. I'm trying
I-
to scroll down. It's just buffering. There it is.
I know I have the same issues. Thank you so much for your patience. Can we just zoom in a little bit if your computer allows you? Perfect. Thank you so much. Commissioner, are you able to read the legend? It's a little small, but we can zoom
Yes.
in a little. Okay. So it looks like I want to point your direction to what looks like a rectangle with some lines going sideways, and it's characterized as area undergoing evaluation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can we go back up, please? Just a little bit further into this document. Yeah. Just a little bit further. Perfect. I think that'll be okay. Do you mind highlighting starting from Kiowa all the way to the right to that yellow link? It says 5100. Is there a way to zoom in on that particular area? Okay. Commissioner, do you see the area? Well,
Sorry, there's such a delay with this. Every time I click something, it just jumps. Hold on,
and
I'll
I'm
get back
getting
to that.
ahead of myself, so I'll just wait. Thank you so much.
Is that the spot that you needed?
Yeah, that's great. Commissioner, are you able to see the area? It's that same shading in the legend that we looked at, area undergoing evaluation. Do you see the area in between the far right yellow line that says 5100 and the area to the left, let's just say 553? Do you see that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see any proposed routes through that area?
Oh, the yellow, yes.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you see any lines or suggested routes in between 5100 and then all the way to the left to 553, the next yellow line?
No, all I see is 553 and
Okay.
5100.
So let's focus on 5100 for a second. And I kind of want to look at that as just an exemplar of kind of the information that the company provided. So if we look at 5100, in my view, do you understand the red routes in this map to reflect routes that were eliminated by the company?
Yes.
Do you mind if we go to Appendix D, which was the link modification tractor? I think it starts on page 110. Perfect. Thank you so much. So we previously went over this document with Ms. Shields. Just how I understand it, it provides 6 different columns. The one to the left is the link number, and then the other 4 columns in the middle indicate whether that route was eliminated, modified, or added. And then the comments, the base that how I read it, but I want to make sure it's how you read it as well, Commissioner, is the comments provide a little bit more clarity as to why routes were eliminated or modified. Is that how you read it as well?
Yes.
Okay. So like, let's just take 501, for example, since we're on this page. It says 501 link is eliminated because there's a dot underneath it. And over to the right underneath comments, it says eliminated due to SLB feedback indicating preference for link 502. So that gives some information as to why the company eliminated it, right?
Yes.
So can we go to 114, please? And can we, yeah, that's perfect. So let's look at 5100. So 5100 was the link that we just looked at. And if we go over to the right, it says eliminated. But if we go further to the right, it says added per public comment to consider options further east. It then says modified to follow section line per LOs and avoid NNL and CE. And then it says split into 5100 and 5160. Do you see that?
Yes.
It doesn't give a reason as to why it was eliminated, right?
Not that I see, no.
Okay. Well, this says that 5100 was actually split into 5100 and 5160. So maybe 5160 will kind of address as to why that was eliminated. Can we go to 116, please? We scroll all the way down to 5160. Okay. So again, do you see the row starting with 5160?
Yes.
Okay. And then can we just go back up to make sure that that dot is underneath the eliminated header? Thank you so much. So there's a dot underneath eliminated for 5160. And if we go back, if we go over to the comments, it says split from link 5100, which makes sense because the comment section to link 5100 said that it was split, right? So that makes sense. But if we go to modify to avoid NNL and conservation easements, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was modified. It doesn't say that it was eliminated because of conservation easements, does it?
Not that I see, no.
Okay, so even the siting and routing study doesn't really provide the county really any information as to why certain links were eliminated over others.
Correct.
Okay. We can take this down. And you know, Commissioner, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. So I really do appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you.
As do I. Thank you, Commissioner McDaniel. You may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
Let's take a brief break till 10:35, and then we'll come back with Mr. Kirkwood. 10:35.
No. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Michelle.
If I might briefly indulge everyone, we have a couple updates that might be helpful to share before the break, if that's all right.
That'd be great.
Great. The company plans to waive both Kirkwood and Price. And we are also willing to stipulate to the admission of Mr. Price's testimony into the record.
Okay. With that, any objection to the omission of Mr. Price's testimony? Mr. Kreitz?
No objection. I just wanted to let you know that we are also going to waive Kirkwood and Price. So unless the commissioners have questions for those witnesses, I think they could be excused.
Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Kirkwood or Mr. Price?
I do not.
Commissioner Gilman?
I do not.
Nor do I. So let's just take this sequentially. Hearing exhibit, I forget the number, but Mr. Price's, was it 206, is hereby admitted. And Mr. Kirkwood and Mr. Price are excused. And after break, we'll come back with Mr. Lester.
Chair, just for clarity, that's 206 and the associated attachments are now on the record. Yes.
Correct. All right, let's, why don't we make it a 10-minute break till 10:40 and we'll come back, 10:40. Thanks.
Mr. McDaniel, your mic's not muted. Thank you.
We're back on the record. Mr. Lester, are you out there?
I am.
Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Ms. Falcone.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Lester. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, James Lester, Jameslester.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a senior advisor with the Colorado Energy Office.
Did you cause to be filed in this record hearing Exhibit 300 as your answer testimony?
I did.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today that you answered in your written testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. Lester is available for questioning.
Back to you, Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Hi, Mr. Lester. My name's Gary Kaufman. I'm one of the counsels for Elbert County in this matter. Appreciate your taking the time to speak with us today. In your testimony, you cite extensively to the application of Public Service Company and the direct testimony of its witnesses, Jared Luner and Jennifer Chester. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you don't have any citations of the testimony of Elbert County's witnesses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm not trying to be critical of that. The timing of your answer testimony was such that you didn't have the opportunity to review the testimony of Elbert County's witnesses before you offered your opinion in your answer testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your testimony, you indicate that Elbert County's main argument for denying Public Service Company's permits is that the Pathway project only serves the Denver metro area and does not provide any benefits to Elbert County. Is that correct?
That is one of the discussions in my testimony.
I'm sorry, you broke up there a little.
I believe I did speak to that in my testimony.
Would it be helpful for me to bring your testimony up?
It would. Thank you.
Okay, if we could bring up Exhibit 300 at page 26. Directing your attention to lines 8 and 9. It says Elbert County's main argument that the Pathway project only serves the Denver metro area and does not provide any benefits to Elbert County. Is that correct?
I see that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And in support of that testimony, you cite the testimony of Jennifer Chester. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the written resolutions that the Elbert County Board adopted in denying the company's permit applications?
Yes, I have reviewed.
Okay, but in identifying the county's main argument for denying the permits, you relied on Ms. Chester rather than the resolutions. Is that right?
It'd be helpful if you could bring up the resolutions to refresh my memory.
I don't have a cite to those right now. Okay. I know it's Jennifer Chester. If you bear with me, is someone trying to bail me out?
Ms. Kunkel?
I'm just looking to see where the Jennifer Chester is. So I have.
Maybe I'll just rephrase rather than.
The board resolutions from Elbert County are in JLC 9, I believe.
Okay. And really, I'm not trying to get at a detailed discussion of what's in the resolutions. I think they kind of speak for themselves. I just want to make sure I understand, when you're offering opinions about the main arguments for denying the permits, you were relying on Ms. Chester's testimony rather than citing to the testimony or to the Elbert County exhibits. Is that right?
I believe it was also comments made by the board that Ms. Chester cited too that influenced my testimony. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So there may have been underlying things that Ms. Chester cited to that you cited to her. Is that right? I'm not trying to mischaracterize.
Right.
I'll withdraw the question. I think that's what it reflected. Yeah, we can pull this down. And in your testimony, you raised the concern that the delay in completing segment 5 could delay renewable energy projects, which in turn could result in those projects not receiving federal tax credits. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also acknowledge that there are currently no renewable resources seeking to interconnect in segment 5 in Elbert County. Is that right? We can pull up your testimony. Maybe that might be helpful.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 300, page 13. Oops. Lines 13 and 14.
Yes, I see
And
that.
it's part of this, it's part of the question I asked above, but you acknowledge that there are currently no resources seeking to interconnect with segment 5 in Elbert County, acknowledging that there could be other resources.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But in your testimony, you don't identify any specific renewable projects that could be delayed or canceled because of the delay in completing segment 5. Is that correct?
So my testimony states the fact that the Power Pathway is a looped transmission project, meaning that all the projects in Eastern Colorado could be delayed if this transmission project is not allowed to be completed. That's
Sure.
the point of my testimony.
Right, fair enough, but you don't identify any specific projects, is that right?
I do not. I do not.
You state in your testimony that CEO commends the company for working with local landowners and utilizing existing right-of-ways to minimize the impacts of Elbert County residents. Is that true? Can we look at page 24? Sorry, I should just go to the section and help you out. I'm not trying to be tricky.
No, thank you.
Lines 7 and 9. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you think CO is qualified to speak to the interests of Elbert County residents?
Well, I think that's an interesting question as we represent the interest of the entire state. I wouldn't say we don't take into account the considerations of residents. That's certainly not the case.
Okay. But you would acknowledge that because CO or public service company values a particular quality for a transmission line route, that doesn't mean that Elbert County or its residents values that same quality, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, so for example, that while the company and CO may value locating transmission lines along existing roadways, the county could see this as destruction of a cherished scenic viewshed or impairment of economic development opportunities. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that characterization. You know, the theme of co-locating is meant to cause the least amount of disturbance to what we consider greenways. So we do prefer, and many citizens prefer transmission to be co-located along existing infrastructure to prevent that impact to greenways.
Sure,
to undisturbed lands.
Yep, I understand that, and I certainly, we're all entitled to our own values and where you want to put transmission lines. All I'm trying to get at is that, you know, acknowledging that different people can have different values, it's certainly entirely feasible for the company and CO to value the co-location along roadways to, as you say, reduce disturbances. But at the same time, Elbert County and its residents can honestly value something else. For example, the destruction of a beautiful scenic highway, or impingement on development opportunities. I mean, isn't that fair?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Is it fair to say your recommendation that the PUC approve the siting of the transmission lines in Elbert County and authorize the company to begin construction is premised on the assumption that this will result in the quickest completion of segment 5?
No, I don't think I speak to that particularly in my testimony about the quickest.
So you're advocating for the commission to approve this line for some other reason than because it will more expeditiously allow the company to complete segment 5?
Well, I believe my testimony speaks to the importance of, well, I would say it's important that the pathway loop be completed in order to meet the growing demand and reliability needs of the transmission system. So that's where our argument is that the commission should approve the company's application here, or request here.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone's disagreeing on the sort of overall need for the Pathways project, certainly not Elbert County. But we're trying to get at your specific recommendation because you don't only speak to the fact that this is an important project, but you offer a specific recommendation that the commission approve the company's application. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And isn't that premised on the idea that that's going to result in the quicker completion of segment 5 than maybe some other cores?
Yes, I believe I point to the importance of completion in order to take advantage of federal tax credits, like you mentioned earlier. That's one of the many reasons that's was part of the governor's directive last year. In lieu of the recent federal changes to get projects online as quickly as possible.
So if some other course of action than the commission accepting the company's application would result in a quicker completion, would CO favor that course?
I'm sorry, could you
Yeah, sorry, I don't know that I said that very well. So some other course of action other than the commission adopting the company's application and ordering it to move forward or allowing it to move forward with completion of this particular transmission line through Elbert County. If there was some other course of action that would result in quicker completion of segment 5, would CO favor that course?
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand the question a little bit more. Are you trying to say that there would be a quicker option for this completion other than the commission granting the company's request?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
I don't think I can answer that hypothetical. I'm not sure the situation that could result from that.
Well, let me move on. But if, for example, approving the company's application in this case led to protracted litigation and ultimately to Elbert County prevailing on appeal, it might actually be more advantageous to meeting the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals to pursue a process aimed at reaching a mutually agreeable solution for the county and the company and the state. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on additional litigation, but I do agree with your point that a mutually beneficial agreement between the company and the county would be, the CEO would be very much in favor of.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Would you agree that Colorado has ambitious climate goals?
Yes, I would say we have climate goals that are statutory required.
Okay. And those climate goals are 50% reduction by 2030, and this is relative to 2005 values, 75% by 2040, and 100% by 2050.
Yes, those are the targets. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's some other ones, but I didn't get the interim years. But it's not important. And achieving these climate goals will require a pretty dramatic change in how we power our daily lives. For example, we'll need to decarbonize our electric grid. We'll probably need near universal adoption of electric fuel cell or other zero emission vehicles. probably widespread adoption of heat pumps, dramatic changes in how we power our industrial sector, manufacturing sector. I mean, would you agree those are all things that ultimately the state will need to accomplish to meet these goals, particularly the later ones, and getting to 100% by 2050 and 75% by 2040?
I would object here, Commissioner. This is getting outside the scope of Mr. Lester's testimony involving the power pathway specifically.
Yeah, if I could respond.
Yeah, Mr. Kaufman.
Well, I think that Mr. Lester is, the basis for his testimony and his recommendation is because CO is rightly concerned about meeting the state's climate goals. And I think that it's important to understand, how this little piece of the puzzle, running a line through Elbert County, fits within those goals and understanding the overall scope of the goals. I promise I'm not going to delay on this. I just have a couple questions to follow up, and it won't be a protracted discussion. But I do think it's fair to explore a little bit about the context of the state's goals to better understand Mr. Lester's opinion about the PUC adopting or approving the company's application.
The objection's overruled, but you might repeat your question, Mr. Kaufman. I sort of lost the thread.
It was a terrible question. I think I'll break it I'll break it into a couple of pieces because I had a lot in there. So first of all, just on the general question, achieving these goals that we talked about will require a pretty dramatic change in how we power our daily lives. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You don't think it's going to be, so you don't, for example, think that we're going to need to decarbonize our electric grid?
Well, I think we are in the process of decarbonizing the electric grid, which doesn't impact our day-to-day lives.
Okay, well, what about near universal adoption of electric and fuel cell vehicles? Do you think that's something that's going to be necessary to achieve these climate goals?
I struggle to understand how that relates to this particular project.
I'll tie it up quickly, don't worry.
Yeah.
So, and again, and if you quibble with the language, I mean, it's an important thing that we need to do. This is no mystery here. It's in the state's greenhouse gas roadmap. We're moving to zero emission vehicles. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And similarly, heat pumps to provide electric heating and cooling to buildings. That's an important objective of the greenhouse gas roadmap, and something, it's not a small endeavor. It's something that needs to be done across the state. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And then also pretty dramatic changes to how we power our industrial manufacturing sector. Would you agree that that's also an important goal and activity for the state to meet its goals?
It's a factor in meeting the goals. Yes.
Thank you. And would you agree that accomplishing all this will require widespread acceptance of these technologies by citizens across Colorado?
Yes, I think consumers and customers would need to be able to adopt these technologies.
No, it only makes sense. This is a big change, and people need to be on board with that change. So would you also agree that as the state moves forward in pursuing greenhouse gas reduction strategies, it's vitally important for the long-term success of this endeavor to pursue these strategies in a way that doesn't alienate a significant segment of Colorado citizenry?
Can you describe a little bit more what you mean by alienate in this case?
Well, I think that upsetting a large portion of the citizenry, obviously people have, different attitudes toward these things. But, alienate, I just mean by upsetting a large segment of the population.
Sorry, can you repeat the initial question?
Okay.
I was thrown off by the alienation.
Sure. That's okay. Would you also agree that as the state moves forward in pursuing greenhouse gas reduction strategies to meet Colorado's ambitious goals, it's vitally important for the long-term success of this endeavor to pursue these strategies in a way that doesn't alienate a significant segment of Colorado citizenry?
Yeah, again, I think we're speculating again on alienation and a significant amount. I'm not sure what that significant amount is, but I do think that we want the state wants to be able to provide options for the customers to decide upon that really make the most sense, both from a financial standpoint and from an emission standpoint. And that's I think the goal of our state and the goal of our office is to provide those options.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Lester?
I have no questions for Mr. Lester.
Commissioner Gilman?
No questions.
Nor do I. Ms. Falcone?
Thank you. I'll be brief here. Mr. Lester, you said that there are no specific renewable energy projects currently identified just for segment 5, but you said that it affects all projects. The denial of segment 5 impacts all projects because this is a looped system. Can you explain a little more about that?
Well, sure. The company and many stakeholders in resource planning are planning on projects throughout eastern and southeastern Colorado to connect to the grid in order to meet growing demand on public services system. So this entire Power Pathways project will connect all these projects into the load centers for public service.
Thank you. And are there reasons that CEO believes the commission should approve the company's application besides just meeting Colorado's climate goals?
Yes, my testimony points out the reliability importance of this project. The demand for power is growing, and the commission has already determined that this project through the CPCN, that this project is critical for meeting growing demand, delivering safe, reliable, and affordable service. We also believe that there are additional economic benefits to this project for all the counties involved and the entire state. And I spelled that out in the testimony.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
You may be excused, Mr. Lester.
Thank you.
Ms. Bott, are you out there? Can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Crakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Bott. Can you state your name and by whom you were employed?
Yes, my name is Manjari Bhatt, and I'm employed by the Public Utilities Commission as a licensed professional engineer, and I'm testifying on behalf of trial staff of the commission.
And did you cause to be filed in this case the document that's been admitted as Hearing Exhibit 400, the answer testimony and attachments of Manjari Bhatt?
Correct.
If I were to ask you the questions in that document today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Ms. Bott. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bott is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Bell, you're up.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Bott, how are you, ma'am?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. We haven't met before, but my name's Devin Bell. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Elbert County in these proceedings. Just to double check and make sure I don't absolutely butcher your name, is it Bott?
That's correct, Bott.
Perfect. I'll be sure to stick to that. As a general matter, have you had a chance to observe the proceedings throughout today and yesterday?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
So you've had an opportunity to observe the testimony of Jennifer Chester?
Yes, that's correct.
As well as county witness Stephanie Blahoviak?
Portions of that one, yes.
Okay. Well, can you, just so that I know not to ask any questions that you may have not heard or refer to testimony that you may have not heard, specifically, do you remember what areas you heard Ms. Blahoviak testify on?
There was 10 minutes of it that I had to step away from, but I heard majority of it.
Okay. And I appreciate that. So you're currently employed in the engineering section for the PUC as a professional engineer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that role, and I think you covered it maybe with your attorney, but you provide engineering expertise and policy advice or testimony to the PUC. So far, so good?
That's correct.
Okay. You're not an expert in fire mitigation?
No, I'm not an expert.
Okay. So you're not are you a legal expert too?
No.
Are you an expert in public engagement?
Throughout my roles in different projects that I've worked on, I would consider myself fairly an expert in public engagement.
You don't hold any degrees in communications, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't hold any degrees in public relations, is that right?
Correct.
You're also not an expert in land use planning, fair to say?
Correct.
I now want to turn to a couple areas of your answered testimony. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 400, please? Can we go to page 19, please? Can we scroll down a little bit, please? Okay. Here, Ms. Spot, I'm referring to the below page, page 19 of your answer testimony. And starting on line 16, you provide testimony that the companies well, let me rephrase it this way. You indicate that you are satisfied that the wildfire risk has been adequately addressed in Excel's applications. Is that right?
Correct.
And looking at your testimony, you don't address any specific comments from the local fire divisions. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You also don't address what's been referred to as fire protection and safety forms. Is that right?
That's correct. If you scroll down, I don't think that's addressed in
Yeah, no, fair enough. And thank you for asking.
No, I don't believe I specifically quote anything from the fire forms.
And very generally, and we can pull this down so I don't distract you or anything like that, but very generally, you don't testify as to whether there are any pending concerns from local fire divisions, right?
I don't testify that in my testimony, correct?
Okay. You also don't specifically address staff summaries prepared by SWCA, is that right?
Correct.
You also don't address county witness testimony, either answer testimony or rebuttal testimony within your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct. That's because the county testimony was submitted during the same time as our answer testimony was. So I had no access to their testimony.
Yeah, no, fair to say, because you didn't have an opportunity to incorporate county witness testimony in your own answer testimony because it was filed the same day, right?
Correct.
But you had an opportunity to correct or revise your testimony, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't.
No.
You also had an opportunity to file cross answer testimony, right?
Correct.
But you didn't.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 400 again, please? Thank you. Can we go to page 22, please? So starting at line 8, can you read that okay, Ms. Bott, or do you need?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
do you mind just zooming in just slightly, please?
No, thank you for letting me know. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great.
Go ahead and review and then let me know when you're ready, okay?
Which lines would you like for me to review?
I'd like for you to specifically 8 through 12, please.
Correct. Yes, I remember that.
So in you testified that XL undertook substantially more routing and siting analysis for segment 5 than any other segments of the pathway project. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you assist XL in selecting the preferred route for segment 5 going through Elbert County?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know how many routes or links XL considered before selecting and presenting the preferred route to the county?
Just whatever that was provided in their company witness testimony, direct testimony in the attachments.
Sure, but as you sit here today, you can't tell me how many routes or links XL looked at.
Objection asked and answered.
Why don't you just rephrase the question, Mr. Bell?
Yeah, if I don't mind responding to that. So the question was, she doesn't know as she sits here today, based on her own recollection, how many routes and links there were. She testified that there were other references of that to things that she cited. And my question was more focused on her knowledge sitting here right now, not in reference to other documents. So it was not asked and answered. In fact, it was asked and not answered.
She's answered that she doesn't remember.
Overruled, but if you could just repeat the question again.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ms. Bott, I encourage you, if I ask a question that doesn't make any sense, do not hesitate to ask me to rephrase it. I'm happy to do that. But as you sit here today, right now, you don't know how many links or routes the company reviewed or considered before selecting and presenting the preferred route to the county. Is that right?
I mean, I don't know the exact number that the company internally did, any of those reviews internally amongst them. I don't remember how many of those were in the attachments, but I do know, looking at it, that there was quite a bit of review as far as those links and discussions for those links and identifying the alignment of that transmission line.
Do you know if XL sought and obtained county staff input on the route it selected before presenting that route in its applications?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, do you know if XL sought and obtained county staff input on the route that the company selected and presented to the county?
I mean, it seemed like they had presented from their attachments that they had presented many different types of routing to the county and its community members to provide feedback in those open houses.
Okay. My question was more focused on county staff as opposed to community outreach meetings. Are you referring to a specific document, or do you know of a specific document upon which you're relying to suggest that the county had input on the route that was selected by the company?
I do not know.
Can we go to page 25, please? Can we go a little bit down so that the lines 12 through 17 are highlighted? Thank you. Ms. Bott, can you see that okay?
Yes.
I'll give you a chance to kind of review lines 12 through 17 and let me know when you're ready, okay?
12 through 7. Yep, I'm ready.
In this, you testified that the company's public outreach and engagement efforts in Elbert County were early, extensive, and robust. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, can we go to page 27 as well, please? Can we go down a little bit? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we go up? I'm sorry. Thank you. Ms. Bott, can you see the lines 8 through 10 okay?
8 through 10, yes.
Okay. You testify that staff found no evidence that the company limited participation, withheld information, or failed to respond to community concerns. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
But in forwarding such opinion, again, you didn't have the opportunity to incorporate county witness testimony. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also didn't submit any cross-answer testimony to potentially incorporate county witness testimony. Fair to say?
That's correct. It wouldn't have changed my answer.
Okay. The very next sentence, lines 10 through 12. Go ahead and look at those and then let me know when you're ready, okay?
Yes, I'm ready.
It says, to the contrary, the company's level of outreach demonstrates a good faith, sustained effort to involve Elbert County residents and officials in the planning process. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally attend any community engagement meetings put on by the company?
I attended the open hearing that was, I believe, in December.
December of what year?
Oh, excuse me, December 2025. I think it was December 6th of 2025.
Okay. Do you know how many public outreach meetings the company held?
I do not know the number off the top of my head. I believe that it's one of my attachments. And so that's the information that I have, but I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
Okay. And were you able to attend all of those meetings?
No, I was not employed by the PUC during that time, I believe.
Oh, that's a really good excuse why, but fair enough. Do you know the specific feedback that the company received during these engagement meetings?
The running themes that I've understood in these is the alignment moving far east and this project not being of value to the county.
Okay. Are you able to characterize the feedback? Good, bad, mixed?
It's what I would characterize it as any other public hearing event where you have concerned community members that are trying to convey what their thoughts are, but a reminder that these public hearings can tend to be very one-sided just because the people who are supportive of the project may or may not come out to some of these public hearings expressing their agreement in some of these projects. So it's mostly folks or community members that come out and express some of their concerns about projects.
Okay, but there's no reason to ignore those expressed concerns at those public meetings, right?
Absolutely not.
Can we go down a little bit, please? There might be a footnote. Nope. Did you personally attend any meetings between Excel and Elbert County staff?
No, I did not.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 102 attachment JLC3, please? Excuse me. Ms. Bott, I have just put in front of you what has been referred to as hearing exhibit 102 attachment JLC3. I actually believe you cite to this very specific attachment throughout, which is the reason why I want to ask you questions about it. I just want to focus our inquiry into the bullet points underneath Elbert County staff. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
And this attachment reflects the meetings that the county and the company, let me specify, that county staff and the company had from March 2nd, 2021, all the way to April 15th, 2025. So far, so good?
Yes.
And of those, that includes meetings held on May 3rd, 2023, July 25th, 2023, and April 15th, 2025, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that the company and the county exchanged letters after those meetings?
I do not know. I'm sure they did.
But it's fair to say that you don't address those letters in your testimony?
I don't know every inner workings of every conversation that the company has had with the county. That's not my job as a PUC.
Sure. So fair to say that the answer to that is no.
Correct.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 400 again, please? And can we go to page 30, please? And Ms. Bott, I would just ask you, if you don't mind, just kind of reviewing the next few pages of your testimony, just so that you're familiar with kind of this area. I know I can't even remember what I had for breakfast this morning, let alone answer testimony I submitted. So I just want to give you an opportunity to review this a little bit, and I'm going to have some follow-up questions, okay? So just let the powers that be know when you're ready to scroll down, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Scrolling down just a little bit further, please. Okay, if you don't mind scrolling down, please. Yeah. Okay. Did you want me to read all these numbered?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just want to give you the opportunity to know your prior testimony before I jump in with questions.
Okay, yeah. I believe
So fair to say, I'm so sorry, Ms. Bott, please go ahead.
No, I finished reading.
So it's fair to say that you spend several pages dedicated to evaluating Elbert County's denial of XL's citing permit in these sections. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And like the other sections we've discussed, you hadn't had the opportunity to incorporate county witness testimony into your own testimony, right?
Because it was not available.
Right. Even though you had the opportunity to submit cross-examination, or excuse me, cross-answer testimony, right?
That's correct.
Okay. In this section, you don't address what has been referred to as the Elbert County zoning regulation in terms of the economic development zone. Is that right?
Correct.
You also don't address the part of the board's resolution dedicated to the preferred route running within a quarter mile of 6 subdivisions and the town of Kiowa without being co-located with existing transmission lines. Is that right?
Not specifically.
You also don't address the board's findings in terms of the proposed route creating an industrial scar along 13.5 miles of scenic drive on Colorado Highway 86. Fair to say?
Not specifically in detail, no. But I think I do identify throughout my testimony that those are just parts of the project that need to be, that has been addressed, and why they couldn't use those routes or those alternative routes. What I do know as far as co-location is the company tried to co-locate as much as they could to prevent any other types of effects that's not compatible with that surrounded land use. So I believe in this particular county, 68% of that line is co-located, which is a fairly high percent.
Absolutely. But in the section of your testimony dedicated to analyzing the Elbert County's resolution, you don't mention that at all in this section, right?
Not in this section.
You also don't address staff summaries provided by SWCA, right?
Correct.
Again, you don't identify specific fire division comments, right?
No.
Have you met, and we can pull this down. Thank you so much. Have you met with XL either in person or online since XL filed this appeal with the PUC?
Yes, I believe we had a meeting in regards to this particular proceeding.
How many times have you met with them?
Once.
In fact, you met with XL, including Jared Luner, Jennifer Chester in late November 2025, right?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, I think you actually met online on November 24th, 2025, right?
That is correct.
Okay. What did you talk about during that meeting?
Just the basics of the project. You know, as a PUC member, our mission is to regulate the essential utility services. So XL being one of those, this project is huge, as you can tell, been 4 years with a lot of information. And in order to understand the dense amounts of information and everything that has gone into this project, wanted to get a better understanding of what this project entailed and what it involved, especially since I was not here during the time that this project had started. I believe the meeting was only like an hour, so that's a lot of information that tried to be disseminated in an hour.
Yeah, you guys were ambitious. You met on November 24th, 2025, and then you actually filed your answer testimony approximately 11 days later on December 5th, 2025. Is that right?
Correct.
Since XL filed this appeal, you haven't met with any county witnesses, have you?
No, we have not.
Okay. You haven't asked to meet with any county witnesses, have you?
I cannot remember. I believe we did try to, and I'm getting it confused between El Paso and Elbert, but I think there was discussion of trying to meet with county members on this project.
Do you recall when that was happening?
I honestly do not remember. I think it was possibly after the public hearing meeting.
But no time before you submitted your answer testimony?
No.
Ms. Bott, I can't thank you enough for your time. I really do appreciate it. Those are all my questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Commissioner Plant, questions for Ms. Bott?
Hi, Ms. Bott. Good morning. Still
Good morning.
I just have a quick question. I mean, you probably heard as you've been listening to this hearing, we've asked questions of the company regarding the 4-year timeframe, and they expressed sort of a disbelief at it taking so long, and the county expressed a similar disbelief at it taking so long. And I'm just wondering if you, through your investigations, can lend any insight of what your impressions are of why we have such an extended time frame for this evaluation of this project.
Yeah, I mean, I can just provide my personal engineering experience and opinion to this. Of course, every project is so unique and different. You know, in previous projects that I've worked on, plus, you know, looking at some of the projects within these proceedings or at the PUC, depending upon the breadth and the project itself, this planning stage is extremely crucial, and sometimes it does take this long. You want to make sure that whatever the company is, or in this situation, I'm going to just maybe speak in regards to putting a project management hat on. You need to make sure that you have met every criteria in this project. And so the planning does take a long time. The construction won't be as long once everything has been identified, but you want to go about the right way with this, which I feel in my, you know, just in my testimony, that the company has provided or has done their due diligence and good faith within this project to identify where the alignment of that transmission line should go.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions from Spot.
Commissioner Gelman?
I don't have any questions.
Nor do I. Mr. Craig's redirect.
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Bott, you were asked on cross about your expertise in planning and public engagement. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
How long were you with CDOT?
I was with CDOT for 21 years.
And is it fair to say during your time with CDOT, you worked on major highway expansion projects that involved a great deal of public engagement?
Yes, my most expensive, or the most expensive project that I had worked on was about a $400 million project. That was extensive amounts of public engagement.
And you were involved with that public engagement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Now, if we could pull up Ms. Bott's testimony, hearing exhibit 400, and go to page 19. And just to preface this, Ms. Bott, do you remember being asked about your expertise in wildfire mitigation?
That is correct.
Fair to say that your testimony summarizes the wildfire mitigation that has been put in place for this project?
That is correct.
And just walking you through this, you have a bullet here at the top, the company's general wildfire mitigation plan and wildfire protection program. That's been approved by the commission, correct?
Correct.
And also the next bullet point is a wildfire mitigation plan specific to Elbert County, addressing burn probability, local vegetation, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
And the next bullet point notes that the project's proposed route was chosen because of its co-location with other similar facilities. So the difference in wildfire risk when you're co-locating isn't as great, right? Because you already have some risk from the transmission lines that are there, correct?
That is correct.
So would you say that the wildfire mitigation here, while we can't mitigate to a 0% chance of wildfires, in your opinion, has been extensive and sufficient?
That is correct.
Now, if we could also go, please, to page 22 of Ms. Bott's answer testimony, and scrolling down to lines 8 through 12. You have a question here: were there features of the segment 5 process that differed from other segments? And you've said in response, yes, as described in company witness Chester's direct testimony, hearing exhibit 102. The company undertook substantially more routing and siting analysis for segment 5 than for any other segments of the pathway project. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say, if we could look at page 33 of Ms. Bott's testimony here, and just scroll down a little bit, if you don't mind, to lines 8 through 14. You say at the end of this here, starting on line 12, public service evaluated over 1,270 miles of routing alternatives across segment 5 and over 520 route miles within Elbert County alone. Is it fair to say, in your experience with project planning, that is an extensive planning process?
Yes, very much so.
And in your testimony, we don't have to go back to it, but starting on page 22, you have a bulleted list of some of the many things that PSCO did here as part of its planning process.
That's correct, yes.
Now, if we could please go to page 26. You were asked about county input and outreach to the county. You have a bulleted list here, starting on line 5, about all the things public service did as part of its outreach. You note that they hosted 3 virtual introductory meetings to inform the public and key stakeholders. They met with Elbert County representatives on July 15th, 2021. So that's very early in the process. That's before the CPCN was granted for the Power Pathways project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Next bullet, they held 2 virtual due to COVID-19 restrictions, routing and siting public meetings specific to route development. Next bullet on line 12, held 3 public open houses in Elbert County on November 4th, 2021 with 101 attendees, on March 1st, 2022 with 199 attendees, and on March 3rd, 2022 with 174 attendees. On line 15, you note they sent 63,982 postcards to all mailing addresses within the segment 5 study area, with meeting dates, times, and connection information. And then in the next bullet, you note that they publicized the project through 36 newspaper ads, radio advertisements, social media posts on Facebook, and e-newsletter, a hotline, email, and website. Have I summarized that correctly?
Yes.
In your experience, in your 21 years with CDOT and in your experience as an engineer, is that a lot of public outreach for a project of this size?
That is extensive public outreach, and the amount of coordination and time that goes into all of these public engagements, and then going through all of the comments that come out of the public engagement, addressing them. It's a lot. This is just the overview from what I know from just project management experience and overseeing many projects. This is just a high level. You don't know all the other inner workings or inner little what's it called, communications that the company has had. This is just an overview. So this is extensive with the amount of public engagement that this has happened.
And you were asked whether you attended those meetings. I think you noted you weren't employed by the Public Utilities Commission at that point, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it fair to say that staff doesn't always attend meetings before we are involved in a case? We're a litigating party before the commission?
That is true, yes.
And we weren't involved in the case yet at that point because there was no case. There was no appeal from the denial.
Correct.
Now, you were also asked about your summary of the basis for denial of the permit. Is it your understanding that the BOCC's findings are in the record in this case?
Yes.
So whether you left something out of your summary, the commission could just refer to the findings.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, finally, you were asked whether you met with Excel or Piesco before filing your answer testimony. First, in your experience with trial staff, is it normal for trial staff and other parties to meet with each other and discuss the case before filing testimony?
Yes.
And just to dig into that meeting, did you attend a meeting with representatives of Piesco in which you and staff's other witness specifically inquired about a potential eastern route and asked Piesco to explain to us, or to you, excuse me, why that route was not feasible?
Yes, that is correct.
And without summarizing the substance of those conversations, is it fair to say you came away from that conversation satisfied that the eastern route that Elbert County has asked for is not feasible in this case?
So I'm gonna go ahead and object here. I think what Mr. Crakes is referring to are communications regarding potential settlement. I don't believe including communications or a meeting regarding inquiries of settlement is appropriate nor admissible, and especially in how Mr. Krikis is using or anticipating to use such evidence. So I would object on this, that it's getting into settlement discussions that are not admissible nor relevant to this matter.
If I may respond, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Bell opened the door to this by asking about staff's meetings with Piesco and trying to spin some conspiracy theory based on the fact that staff and Piesco met before the answer testimony was filed. Secondly, it was relevant to staff's testimony whether an eastern route was feasible.
Yeah.
I'm happy to provide more clarity, Commissioner, especially with some of the argumentative language that Mr. Krikis is using. So just to give the commissioners a little bit of flavor, PUC was reaching out between the parties to perhaps facilitate settlement discussions. Those are separate and apart from the meetings I was talking about and addressing with Ms. Bott, which were substantive communications held before PUC staff filed their answer testimony. So they are not equal. They do not equate to be the same. So I would still object to this line of questioning and seek to strike it from the record.
So just so I'm clear, it seemed like, I mean, to me, this is a proper scope of redirect because Mr. Bell did raise this issue on cross. It also seems relevant to the discussion on cross Where I'm less clear is whether this was part of a settlement discussion, in which case maybe we do need to restrict the scope of what was discussed.
I would just note for the record, Mr. Chairman, the county was not involved with this discussion. This was PSCO and staff only. There were no settlement proposals on the table. Staff had reached out to the county to say, is there any settlement possible without an eastern route? And I mean, you know, without getting too far into that discussion, we were told no. But you know, staff wanted to clarify whether an eastern route was feasible because that affects staff's position in the case. And we've been asked about staff's reasons for its position in the case. I think this is admissible.
The objection's overruled. I think it's relevant. It's in the scope of redirect. And it sounds like it was not part of a settlement agreement. So Ms. Bott, you can answer the question.
Would you like me to re-ask
Yes,
the
please.
question? Have you forgotten
Yes,
it by now?
Yes.
So Ms. Bott, after you met with PSCO to discuss the feasibility of an eastern route, without summarizing the content of that conversation, is it fair to say you came away from that conversation satisfied that an eastern route is not feasible in this case?
That is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Bott. I have no further redirect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
With that, Ms. Bott, you can be excused. Thank you. Mr. Fiedler, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Mr. Crakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fiedler, can you state your name and by whom you're employed?
I'm Jeff Fiedler, a senior economist with the Public Utilities Commission.
And did you cause to be filed the documents that have been admitted as hearing exhibit 401, the answer testimony and attachments of Jeff Fiedler?
I did, yes.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in that document today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fiedler. He is available for cross-examination, Mr. Chairman.
Back to you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Fiedler, long time no see.
Here we are.
We find ourselves in the exact same position as you're the last witness before the weekend. So I will endeavor to move quickly, but I just wanted to see how you were doing. But let's just jump into it, Mr. Fiedler. Have you had a chance to observe the proceedings in this matter yesterday and today?
I have, yes. I've been on the whole time.
Okay, so fair to say that you've seen the testimony of all the witnesses thus far?
Correct, yes.
And you, as you mentioned earlier, you're currently a senior economist for the PUC, is that right?
Yes.
And you provide technical and policy advice or testimony to the PUC in your capacity as a senior economist, fair to say?
Yes.
So your advice is really related to your specialty as an economist, yes?
Or to the scope of the PUC's proceedings that I get assigned to, yes.
Okay. You're not an expert on fire mitigation, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know what the threshold of expert is. I could relay some of my experience with that.
Okay. Well, do you have any degrees in fire mitigation?
No, I've served on the board of a rural co-op that deals extensively with fire mitigation along its lines. It has a $8 a month rider and is aggressively working through its whole line. As county commissioner, I served on the working group that developed our Lake County's community wildfire protection plan. I also served on the fire management board of the city of Leadville and Lake County fire department and oversaw the expansion into a second facility in the southern part of the county that reduced response time and introduced a brush fire truck and dealt with the wildfire in that southern part of the county. And then prior to being commissioner, I have a 20 plus year career in climate policy. A lot of that was in forest and agriculture and climate issues, and dealt extensively with wildfire mitigation policies, more at the federal level, Forest Service and other federal land management agencies, as well as internationally with avoided deforestation in the context of the climate negotiations.
So the question was, you don't hold any degrees in fire mitigation. I appreciate the response, but you don't hold any degrees in fire mitigation.
Correct.
You've never been a firefighter.
Correct.
Okay. You're not a legal expert either, right?
I am not a lawyer, no.
Yeah, you mentioned that. So you didn't go to law school?
I have taken one course in law school on federal public land law, but I am not a lawyer.
Oh wow, I bet that was entertaining for you. But no law degree?
Correct.
So I'd like to turn to the answer testimony that you submitted in this case. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 401, please? And can we go to page 7? In this section, you provided general testimony on PUC's rules 3700 through 3707. Fair to say so far?
Yeah.
And in this, you outline, can we scroll down a little bit, please? Just right there. Can we scroll to the next page, please, just so that Mr. Fiedler has the opportunity to kind of review some of this testimony? So, Mr. Fiedler, you do a really commendable job. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Basically presenting the core issue to be that, the issue before the PUC, right? Which is balancing a statewide interest in the location, construction, and improvement of major electrical and natural gas facilities, and that being in tension with local government interest. So far, so good, just very generally.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And can we go back to page 7? Or actually, I'm sorry. Can we remain on page 8? I am so sorry. And is it fair to say that, this introduction to rules 3700 through 3707 is kind of an introduction to that balancing test?
Yeah, and I think it says there on line 6, balances statewide and local interests, as stated in the statute. Yeah. Yeah.
If we scroll a little bit down, and if we can just start with the question, maybe perfect. Yeah. And in this section, Mr. Fiedler, you analyze whether the company's applications addressed the criteria in the commission rules. Fair to say so far, very high level?
Yeah, that's what line 1819 says. Yeah.
Yeah, so specifically in looking at Rule 3703 and its subparts A and B. So far, so good?
Yep.
And in doing so, you conclude that Excel's applications satisfied the PUC rules. So far, so good?
Could you scroll down like a tiny bit to how that section, sorry, I guess it keeps going. But yes, I think it's fair to say I went through the different rules. I did earlier, it's not every single rule and sub-rule in the whole 3700 rules. I indicated which ones I'm addressing. And yes, I think I did in this section, find that the company's application, met those criteria.
Yeah, specifically part of your analysis was whether the information submitted by Excel conformed with Rule 3703B. That's starting on line 4 on page 9. Fair to say so far?
Yeah.
And if we go down to 910 or line 10, you indicated that staff determined that each rule element has been addressed in a complete manner and with a more than sufficient level of detail. So far, so good?
Yep.
And in reaching this conclusion, you only cite to Jennifer Chester's testimony, as well as the documents she incorporated into her own testimony. Is that fair to say so far?
Yeah, because I'm writing answer testimony in response to the direct testimony of the company. So that's what I'm responding to. And also, just I think I said before, like, my role as PUC staff is to work through, understand and work through the criteria of the PUC 3700 rules, so yeah.
Let's back up. What terms exactly did you just use? It's to understand and what the PUC rules?
Actually, sorry, I can't remember exactly what word I used there, but I mean, I think in writing this section of my answer testimony and the answer testimony as a whole, I sought to fully understand, what the 3700 criteria are, and then offer staff analysis and recommendations, that I think are, follow those criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're doing that staff analysis, it's really important to probably consider all the information, right?
All the information that has been introduced into the PUC proceeding, yes.
Absolutely. So you submitted answer testimony in this proceeding, and you didn't have an opportunity to incorporate county witness testimony because the county filed answer witness testimony the same day, right?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, so, but you had an option to revise or correct your testimony, right?
Yeah.
And you also had an opportunity to file cross-answer testimony, right?
Yes.
And you did not file either corrections or revisions or cross-answer testimony in these proceedings, right?
I did not. Happy to offer a rationale for when and generally.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that,
File
but I want to
cross-answer
be,
testimony.
yeah, I want to be diligent about our time, but I do appreciate it, Mr. Fiedler. Have you met with Excel either online or in person since Excel filed this appeal with the PUC?
I can say I was in just, the same meetings that previous witness bot was in.
Okay. Yeah, you had the opportunity to hear Ms. Bott's testimony. Other than that meeting on November 24th, 2025, with Jared Lunar and Jennifer Chester and several others, were there any other meetings that you had with Excel since Excel has filed this appeal?
We had the second meeting again, I think that was mentioned in Ms. Bott's testimony, so I was also present in that meeting.
Okay. So 2 meetings so far?
Correct.
Since Excel filed this appeal, you haven't met with any county witnesses, have you?
No, but I think this was brought up before with Ms. Bott's testimony, or perhaps on redirect. My understanding is that through council, we did reach out to see if such a meeting would be productive.
But you didn't actually meet with county witnesses, right?
Correct.
Especially before you filed answer testimony?
Yeah, because there was only the company's direct testimony at that point, so I'm not sure what the substance of that meeting would have been about.
Can we turn to page 14, please? Starting on line 6, Mr. Fiedler, Can you go ahead and review lines 6 through 15 for me and just let me know when you're ready to go, okay?
Yeah, I think I'm good to go.
You testified as to the general importance of, well, let me rephrase. You testify that the basis for a county decision is important, right?
Yeah, it's not my opinion. That's one of the rule, that's one of the rule criteria. So
No, absolutely. And in fact, you're referring to Rule 3703B12, Roman numeral 12. And you point out that the company's application shall include the basis for local government action. And if we, well, actually, yeah. And then moving on to 3703B, Roman numeral 13, that rule requires information on the impact the proposed facility would have on residents within the local government's jurisdiction. So far, so good?
Yep.
You point out that pursuant to the underlying statute, the PUC is to balance the local government interest with the statewide interest, and therefore the local government interest must be considered. So far, so good?
Yes.
And in your own words, you testified that the land use permitting authority resides with the local jurisdiction and considerable deference is given in Colorado to local control.
Yeah, and I think, just to read the full sentence, it does say in general, and I think my point in that sentence was really to place this pretty unique, and not often exercised 3700 process, within that context that the permit does first go to the county.
Yeah, and you testify similarly in other contexts. Can we go to 25, please? Specifically, lines 7 through 9. Do you see where I'm looking at, Mr. Fiedler?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I do see line 7 to 9.
Here you testify that Colorado law gives considerable authority to local jurisdictions to adopt not only their own permitting criteria, but specifically to establish impact fees and similar mechanisms to address local impacts, right?
Yeah, I think that's just a true statement about local governments, jurisdiction over their own code and permitting processes. Yeah.
Can we go to page 18, please? Can you scroll down a little bit, please? Thank you. Mr. Fiedler, I do want to ask you questions about lines on page 18, 6 through 19, and then on to the next page, just so that we can read the whole sentence. On to 19, 1 through 2. Can you read that okay, Mr. Fiedler?
Yep, that's good.
You testified here as to 3 possible outcomes or options that were available alternatively to the Board of County Commissioners' denial of the applications, right?
Correct, yeah.
And the third option, starting on line 18 on page 18, is table the decision, right?
Yes.
And you stated that the Board of County Commissioners could have continued deliberations at a later date, including introducing new evidence or considerations to allow more time to develop conditions of approval to mitigate or compensate for impacts. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Just so I understand, Mr. Fiedler, are you suggesting here that the county and the commissioners go out, locate, and present its own evidence and considerations to develop a potential approval?
No, I don't think that, sorry, that maybe I drafted that sentence a little bit ambiguously. I think, and also I should say, I mean, maybe tabling a decision is not something that is common, in Elbert County, so I defer to that. But in my experience, it is possible to keep a public hearing in a local permitting process open, keep the record open while, while more information is introduced. I would expect that information. I mean, I think as appropriate, any entity could introduce that evidence, if given the opportunity by the chair of the hearing. So I think, to come back to your question, I think I didn't mean to imply that the BOCC would have to go out and develop on its own, a whole bunch of new evidence, more that the BOCC would have the opportunity to allow the introduction of evidence if that was seen as helpful and appropriate.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mr. Fiedler. So as a former commissioner, you're former commissioner, not current commissioner, right?
Correct. Former county commissioner, yes.
I just want to be sure to give you your appropriate title, sir. So as a former commissioner, and you've testified that you've been able to observe all the proceedings today, including Ms. Chester's testimony, but you agree that it's incumbent on an applicant to submit a fully developed and detailed project to the county, right?
Yes.
Okay.
With my
And
former
so
county commissioner hat on, I definitely agree with that.
I appreciate it. So the county board's role is to review the applicant's fully developed and detailed project. So far, so good.
Yes.
And it's really not the board's obligation to supplement an application it deems incomplete in order to make that application complete. Is that fair?
Maybe if I could paraphrase and see if I captured your question right. I don't think it's the BOCC's job to develop information about the applicant's project. It's, the staff and the planning commission and the BOCC's role to ask the questions they want answered, but it is, ultimately on the applicant to bring that information forward.
Shifting gears a little bit, Mr. Fiedler, you talk a lot about, well, let me rephrase that. Your answer testimony addresses fire protection and safety forms throughout it, and you abbreviate it to FPSA. Is that so far so good?
Yeah, maybe if we go deep in this question, we could scroll to that section of my testimony just so I can see how I refer to that.
Very intuitive, and we'll get there, I promise. But fire protection and safety forms, FPSAs, those are quite a mouthful. Are you okay if I just refer to them as the fire forms?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And before I get into the specifics, do you know which local fire divisions XL worked with in relation to Segment 5 through Elbert County?
I don't remember the names of them off the top of my head, but I feel like that was those fire districts were named fairly clearly in the testimony.
Of those, and maybe if I condense it a little bit more down for you, do you know which fire divisions did not countersign fire forms?
I'm sorry, I don't off the top of my head remember the names and which did or didn't.
Can we scroll down to page 19, please? A little bit further down. Yeah, perfect. Can we also make sure that line 21 is also in view, just for the doctrine of completeness?
There is no line 21.
Oh, excuse me. Page 20, line 1. Mr. Fiedler, I believe this was what you were asking to see and specific to the fire forms. Is this the line of testimony that you were talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
You spent some time testifying as to the purpose of the fire forms, which includes that By both the company and the fire district signing, it indicates that an applicant has met with the fire protection districts to discuss fire district requirements. Fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, I think I tried to quote exactly from those forms. If I could, I think I might defer to some of, if I'm recalling right, I think some of the discussion, I think with witness Plakowiak about sort of in a more deeper level, how these forms were typically used in the county's permit process. So
Yeah.
the point I'm making is like, I'm not sure I delved deep into the purpose of these forms. I just sort of tried to, bring into the record what is on the form and what is being, when the company and a fire district signs the form, what is being signed.
Yeah, so you've heard the testimony of Ms. Blahoviak as well as all the commissioners, including regarding the intent or the purpose of the submission of these fire forms. From the testimony you heard, you don't have any reason to disagree, do you?
No, I defer to their, their understanding of their process. Yeah.
If we could go down a little bit. Lines 1 through 6. Starting with while, Mr. Fiedler, and let me know when you've read that, and I can move quickly.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Yeah, so you acknowledge that Excel did not submit countersigned fire forms from at least 2 districts, right?
Yeah.
And let me see. Specifically, and I want to be sure I get the language completely correct. You stated that this factor, referring to the countersign, this factor is not within the company's control, as Piesco or the company cannot force the fire districts to sign. Is that right?
Yes, that's what's there on line 3 and 4. Yeah.
But you understand that Elbert County staff cannot also force fire divisions to countersign these forms, right?
Agreed. Yeah, and I think if I recall right, that was stated in earlier testimony. Yeah, here in this hearing.
Yeah. So if we go a little bit further down, specifically lines 4 through 6, I'm just going to continue off that sentence. It looks like it starts with a new thought. But the line or the beginning of the sentence where it says appears to reflect unresolved issues around any additional impact fees for the fire districts and referral comments from the fire districts that could have been addressed in the land use permit process. Generally, you don't offer any opinions regarding the sufficiency of Excel's wildfire mitigation plan, do you?
No.
You don't, in this section, you don't specifically address any comments from the fire districts, do you?
No.
And as you sit here today, is it your testimony and your position that Excel has complied with all of the fire division's expressed requirements and conditions, including current ones that are pending?
No, I don't think
gonna
I addressed that.
object. It's clear from the face of the testimony that is on the screen that that is not Mr. Fiedler's position. He's
Okay. Well, I don't understand why you're testifying to that, Mr. Krakis. That sounds like it's.
I'm saying your question misrepresents his
witnesses.
testimony.
Well, then he can clarify that. So I think it's a
Do
valid
you
question.
have an objection, Mr. Crakes?
My objection was that the question mischaracterizes the testimony, and it's clear from the testimony on the screen that that's not Mr. Fiedler's position. Mr. Fiedler can elaborate on that if you'd like.
Yeah, which was what the question was calling for, was elaboration. But I don't know how you want to resolve that issue, Commissioner, but I think my question.
Mr. Fiedler can answer.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think, on line 4, as far as I understood from the direct testimony and all the attachments to it, at the time, line 4, it appears to reflect unresolved issues, and that's as far as I went. I didn't seek to, it's not my job to resolve those issues. I think it's just sort of trying to point out, in that broader context we were talking about of understanding the basis for the local jurisdiction's permit denial, just trying to do an honest job and understand what the different reasons, what the different bases were coming from the local government,
Are you
which
aware?
include fire districts.
Yeah, I am so sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
Yep.
Fiedler. That was not my intent. Are you aware of public comments that have been fired by Big Sandy and Kiowa fire districts?
Yes, I have to admit I couldn't state all the details of them, but yeah, I do remember those being introduced.
Can we go to page 27, please? Can we go further down just so that line 15 is the beginning? Perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Fiedler, please go ahead and review this testimony. I have some follow-up questions for you, and just let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah, I think I'm good with, sort of the line 18 through 24 and a little bit of the top of page 28. So good to go, I think.
Awesome. Well, Mr. Fiedler, I commend you, and I to your credit, I do appreciate you outlining the staff's position to encourage the company and the county to pursue further mitigation actions. But I just want to first address that with you. I think that is commendable. But in this particular area, you address options to mitigate or compensate for local impacts, especially for unresolved issues for the local fire districts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong, and it may just be a recharacterization of your testimony, but let me know if I'm wrong. But it appears that you're recommending the county and the company to work together to address some outstanding issues. Fair to say?
Yes.
And if we go to 29, page 29, on lines 13 through 15. Again, I commend you, Mr. Fiedler, but one of your conclusions is recommending that the parties pursue settlement discussions in order to effectuate that balance between the statewide interests and the local government interests, or county interests. Fair to say?
Yes.
As I'm sure you're aware, since you have been you've been observing the proceedings, one of the main issues, if not the main issue, that the county has with the applications is the specific route that the company selected. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah.
In your opinion, would allowing the company and the county to work together to find a route that works best for both sides be another way to balance the statewide interest and the county interest?
Yeah, I think, given everything we've heard in the last 2 days, that seems like a very fair statement. And if I could add, at the time I wrote this answer testimony, I don't think, to my recollection, that the issue of an alternative route had risen quite to the level of prominence that it has. I think that was highlighted much more in the county's answer testimony that I hadn't seen, in the public comment hearing, at the, public hearing in county, and here in this hearing.
Sure, and you may have not had the luxury of having that information, right? But now knowing that information, do you think that would be a good way to implement that balance?
I mean, I take at the word of the county commissioners who testified in this hearing that they were very interested, not very interested. That I think maybe I'm paraphrasing, but I think correctly that, that's the most important issue for them. I think if I recall right, they said it's not, it's not the money, it's the route.
Well,
And
Mr.
apologies if
Fiedler,
I mangled that in paraphrasing, but I think that was the gist of it.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Fiedler. Those are all the questions that I have for you, and I do appreciate your ongoing time and help.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Fiedler?
Thanks. Good afternoon. It is now, Mr. Fiedler. Good to see you. I was wondering if we could bring up that last page. I just have one quick question that was just on the screen, the last page of Mr. Fiedler's testimony. And here you identify 3 recommendations. If I understand correctly, the first 2 recommendations are for the commission. The third recommendation was kind of targeted towards the parties. That's not something that, in your opinion, we can do. And sort of the horse has already left the barn at this point on that. But that was your recommendation at the time that you submitted this answer testimony, prior to the expiration of the deadlines for reaching settlements and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of one of the things you mentioned in here is that there should be the commission should determine that the companies met the criteria, but then apply various different conditions to that determination. Is that, in your view, something that we have the authority to do as well in this proceeding?
I mean, I'll say I'm very much not a lawyer, and I don't think the statute or the 3700 rules are crystal clear. But I do think, just from my experience, the PUC commission, does have the authority to, impose conditions on approval of a company application in any proceeding. I mean, not to go too deep in that. I mean, those conditions should sort of be based on the record and, address the issues, of course. But yeah, I mean, my understanding is that in a PUC proceeding on the 3700 rules, the PUC commission could impose conditions or, sort of, I don't know if authorize is the right word, but, give some guidance or guardrails to the company on what kind of impact fee or other, elements like that, could be appropriate in this case.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fiedler. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Fiedler.
Good afternoon.
I'm glad Commissioner Plant cleared that up because on Friday I might have got it wrong, but
Yeah.
it's afternoon. So I wanted to hit on a similar part of your testimony where you're recommending essentially that if the commission, or your recommendation is that the commission approve public services application here to the commission, and as part of that require the recommended conditions identified in county staff report that I think we have as part of JLC 7, pages 53 to 56, as well as the construction fee that would have been assessed under the pre-existing county code if the county commission would have granted the permit. Did you follow all that?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I want to hit the second one first with regard to the fees, and I can't recall actually if you said impact for your construction fee, but now I understand that the county calls it construction fee, essentially the $20,000 plus 2%, I think, that we saw. I'm curious in looking at kind of the totality of construction fee and impact fee, and to that point, I think you were watching most of the time. You had said there was that bullet point 3 and the conditions for the county approval, which listed, which we went through with a previous county witness, which actually listed A through E, kind of 5 different potential fee categories. Do you have that in mind?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and we can pull it up if you want to see it, but my questions are probably more general than is necessary to put it. on the screen. I'm curious with respect to that recommended condition number 3, where it listed the several types of fees. Do you have an understanding of the totality of the construction and impact fees that are implicated in that with regard to not just the $2.5 million, I think that's been discussed, but the other potential impact fees listed, but not specifically identified in that list?
So I'm understanding your question right. I mean, I don't think I have like a spreadsheet that I've developed, with those numbers. I think one point is I think it might have been a discussion with you and witness Blagoviak. I mean, I those A through E that you mentioned, those might have been written broadly to cover all their bases, not in a very precise delineation of different types of fees. So it which I think introduced some of the confusion there. So I think unfortunately, I mean, I'm not sure I have a better breakdown than the county witnesses of sort of what those different fees cover. I mean, I do, though I will say, I mean, that 2% fee is very clearly laid out in the county's resolution and their fee structure on, their community planning and development department page. So to me, that stands separate than any other construction impact fee or and do need to be careful whether impact fee sort of has a lowercase I or a uppercase I, but is it a permit application fee, just a flat fee? Is it a construction impact fee? Again, the point I was trying to make there is that I do think that 2%, to my mind, very distinctly stands out as its own, by resolution fee that, by name calls out transmission lines, among other facilities, that it applies to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, and thank you. But in the implication of recommendation 3, if we understand the total amount of money being discussed.
Yeah, and maybe if I could just add, I mean, I think it was company witness Chester actually had a pretty good breakdown of some buckets of different kind of conditions and fees. And I think she used the phrase like some of these things are matter of course. And I would put like construction impact fees in that, in that bucket. And again, maybe stands out from the 2% impact fee that, again, in my interpretation, not the county, that's really like the lifetime of the project's impact on the community is where the 2% is coming from, whereas some other more matter of course either conditions or fees are sort of in that other bucket.
Okay. And in your review of the record, are you clear on the other special district fees that have been suggested or requested of the company? I mean, the only ones I'm specifically aware of, but enlighten me if you're aware of others, are the at least one fire district.
My recollection from reviewing the record as I prepared answer testimony was that the fire district impact fees had been introduced fairly late in the process, in the county's process. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. Maybe again, putting a former county commissioner hat on it, that to introduce a new rule or condition, or not condition, a new rule, or fee structure midstream doesn't quite seem how things should happen for a permit application. But again, I really only had, the little bit of information in the record to go on. So I don't know that I could speak fully to like exactly how the fire district's attempt to introduce impact fees were developed. I do think, I mean, I feel like those same issues could have been raised in settlement discussions or I mean, ideally way earlier, in discussions during the county permit process. I don't think that has to be done through an impact fee.
Okay, thanks. And then just a few other questions. I think you're probably aware that the company provided a hearing exhibit. I think it's 121 listing what they essentially would intend to do for commitments, I guess, is how it was described. If the project were to move forward through this process, have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have, yes.
Okay, and I'm curious, I think that, to my understanding, has some flavors of what's in JLC 7 with the county recommendations, especially on pages 53 to 56, but maybe have some differences there. I didn't know, since this was one of your recommendations to require those conditions, if you had an opportunity to compare and contrast the two lists to help me understand any impression that gave you, especially with regard to your previous recommendation regarding the conditions.
I have to admit, I haven't done a what I would call a rigorous line by line, comparison of the two. So it seemed to do a good job of covering those sort of, to use that phrase, like matter of course bucket of conditions. Perhaps in SOP we could provide that more, rigorous. So I couldn't speak right now to whether there's any gap in our opinion. And then I do think it was silent on, any of the sort of impact fee questions that you were raising earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I think in particular, I was curious if you and your professional opinion saw any issues with the timelines laid out, in some of the recommendations that you implied with your recommendation, as well as additional approvals needed from the fire districts, from the counties, which clearly we don't have the initial approval from them. So trying to understand your perspective on the feasibility or concerns with achieving other approvals. I think in what I saw in hearing exhibit 121, it takes a slightly different tact in terms of more communicating the company's good faith effort to obtain those approvals rather than those approvals. So just wanted to understand kind of from your perspective here, the difference in those lists.
Yeah, maybe I could just say in my experience as county commissioner, and I think it's very common, I would say almost like routine, that there are always conditions like this of sort of, I guess I could call them secondary permits, or discussions that need to be obtained, including sometimes with state or federal agencies. And really, the county process at this point was the 1041 and the special use review. I think that's what SUR stands for, if I have that right. And again, different counties always call these things by different names, but it's quite common to go through an initial like site permit or conditional use permit, 1041 permit, and then the conditions would have a whole bunch of like driveway permits, like construction permits, that would be there. So I had some sympathy to the company's phrasing of, they're going to put a good faith effort to get those permits, but don't want those secondary permits to be held over their head.
Okay. Just one final question with regard to the same kind of list that you had implicated in your testimony. Condition 5 on that list was that the applicant shall demonstrate that the project specific wildfire mitigation plans aligns with the adopted Xcel Energy state wildfire mitigation plan recently adopted by the Colorado PUC at least 6 months prior to the start of construction. Does that sound relatively familiar to you?
Yeah. I think I'm trying to pull, pulling that up.
It's just that the project specific
yeah.
comply with the state and approved wildfire mitigation plan. I honestly cannot recall if you're a witness in the Xcel wildfire mitigation plan.
I was not.
Okay, I don't remember your specific involvement with one or both, but I
was actually not on PUC staff at the point that proceeding started.
Okay, sorry. I was here for all of them.
No, that's
for all of them.
it's a blur.
I was just, being that the PUC staff probably sits in a slightly different situation here, kind of having seen some of these applications, I was curious if you had any insight as to how that condition would or could be met, like how is a showing of that conceived? But I understand it wasn't your list in the first place, but given your support for it, just trying to understand if, given your unique situation on the PUC staff, you had any insights into how such a showing might be made.
Yeah, I mean, maybe off the top, I'd really just, I mean, I think defer to the county and the fire departments about, and, the county OEM, emergency management department about what their documents and plans and procedures are. Honestly, like from my experience at the county level, like every county is different how they structure this, like who runs the 911 call line, how do they do reverse 911 calls? All these things are like put in different agencies with different coordination mechanisms, different plans in place. So it really gets very locally specific, sort of how you mesh a system-wide Excel plan, and a statewide plan, how you mesh those with how a county or local jurisdiction is structured is really case by case. I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just trying to better understand some of your recommendations in your testimony.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Those are my only questions, Mr. Faber. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. You asked most of the questions I wanted to ask, and I just echo Commissioner Gilman's request that to the extent you can help us better flesh out where staff is coming from versus where the commission's coming from versus what's sort of obligated under the county's rules. I think that would be a very useful addition to the record on your statement of position. So with that, hoping we can finish this before lunch. So Mr. Craig's, I'm sure we have a tiring court reporter, and
I will try not to keep her for more than 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
That works. Let's see if we can wrap up.
So, Mr. Fiedler, I just want to go back. You were asked about the completeness of PSCO's application and whose job it is to supplement the application. I think you said it's not the board's job to develop information about an application that it views as incomplete. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
To be clear here, does staff view the application in this case as incomplete?
I do not view it as incomplete.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the fire forms, if we could just go to your testimony, I believe this is discussed on pages 19 through 20. And just to move things along, you refer to these fire forms at one point as a catch-22. That's on line 12. And going down to page 20, I believe it's 7 through 12 that I'm looking at. You state that staff's impression of these impact fees, quote, the company addresses the issue of the additional impact fees for one or more fire districts at length in its direct testimony, making the argument that fire district impact fees were not developed in conformance with state statutes. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
To be clear, staff would not advocate for the company paying a fee that would violate a state statute, correct?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And so the fact that these forms are not signed, if it's because of a state statute, staff would say that that should not affect the commission's decision, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, the last thing I wanted to ask about was the issue of spurring settlement discussions, and I think Commissioner Plant asked about this. Is it fair to say that some of your recommendations were meant to spur settlement discussions?
Absolutely, yes. I think I used that phrase in the recommendation, yeah.
And without summarizing the substance of what happened, is it your understanding that staff reached out to the county and to PSCO and concluded that a settlement was not possible in this case?
Yes, based on what we heard from parties counsel, yeah.
And finally, now, just with respect to the eastern route that has been brought up by the county, Is it your understanding that PSCO explored an eastern route and found that it was not feasible?
I'm going to object. This goes beyond the scope of cross-examination. Selection of a route in the ERA was never brought up. I think it is an improper expansion of his testimony.
I think it
You know
does.
what, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw the question. We'll stand on Ms. Bott's testimony on this.
Okay, I think I agree with Mr. Bell that it went beyond the scope of cross-examination, so it would be improper on redirect. All right, if you could take down the exhibit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I do just have one more question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Fiedler, you had an exchange with Mr. Bell about the county and staff getting together and talking about the county and the company getting together and talking about alternative routes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that PSCO studied alternative routes in this case and determined that they were not feasible?
Yes, I think that is our understanding, both from the record and from that discussion, that, they felt that, they picked the preferred route for good reasons based on their work.
All right. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'm finished.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fiedler.
Thank you, Mr. Fiedler. Greatly appreciate it. And with that, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn and close the record, any final evidentiary or record issues, Ms. Shields?
Yes, just one minor issue. If you recall from the El Paso hearing, this commission was so kind to agree to allow parties up to 35 pages for statements of position. And in this case, I guess we would request the same, just for corresponding purposes.
And I'd like to make the same offer to the county and the other parties.
Yes.
I think statement of positions are due March 12th, 2026. So, Mr. Kaufman, anything on that or anything else?
No, and we certainly wouldn't object to having a little more space to state our position.
All right. Well, I just want to thank everybody for working through hearing really challenging set of issues, and just appreciate the good faith of the parties and the council to get through this. So any final thoughts, Commissioner Plant?
No, just would echo the appreciation of everybody involved in the thoughtful testimony that you gave here today, and yesterday. So thanks a lot.
And I'd also thank the legal assistants and counsel and the court reporter. Trying to be a legal assistant for 10 minutes appears to have overwhelmed me. Commissioner Gilman, final thoughts?
Yeah, just echo that appreciation, especially I understand the county commissioners and others, like we had a lot else going on, and understand it's a lot of preparation here to balance with everything else they had going on. So very much appreciate it, and thanks to Ms. Kunkel for keeping us running.
With that, this concludes the present. Ms. Dundas, did you have anything final?
No, Jared, sounds like you're going where I was going to remind you to go.
I'm not going to forget to conclude the presentation of evidence and close the evidentiary record. So with that, we're now adjourned. Thanks all.